Students, parents, judges, and of course, the esteemed guests, welcome to the Beta Camp Demo Day. I'm imagining everyone is standing up on their desk, creating a huge ruckus, maybe even giving me a standing ovation with a thunderous round of applause. I know there's definitely a standing ovation. And so before we get started, I wanted to just quickly mention how impressed I am with all teams today, especially Team 5 who's starting us off today. The growth, the dedication that you guys have showcased over like the past 6 weeks. You guys have done what many adults are too scared to try, and you're doing it at such a young age, and I'm just genuinely impressed. So you guys went out, you built, you failed, went back to the drawing board, reiterated, made some pivots, got roasted, got rejected, but despite all that, you guys overcame and accomplished so much in just such a short amount of time. And all that was with like a huge smile on your face. So I'm really impressed with the attitude, the growth mindset that you guys demonstrated. You've all showcased to me, Ivy, the entire Beta Camp staff, and now hopefully the judges, how far you've come along and about the impressive journeys you guys have ahead of you. So when you guys do become really successful, don't forget about that silly program director who just kept roasting you guys. When you become CEOs of the next game-changing companies in the future, I'll definitely be knocking on your doors, asking for maybe a job. Who knows where you guys are going to be? And then the tables will turn and you guys can throw the roasts back. But until you guys have earned it, we'll put the pauses on the roasts from your end. I also want to thank our baller-esque judges. Kevin, if you want to quickly introduce yourself, the floor is yours. Kevin's joining us from Read More Ventures. I'm going to pass it over to him to just do a quick introduction, and then I'll do the same for Danny.
Cool. I'm really excited to be a part of this and to see the pitches. I've had a 15 plus year career of helping start new businesses from all perspectives. So inside big corporations, inside Deloitte, the world's largest professional services firm, starting companies myself, as well as investing. And I ran an incubator for a number of years at Canada's largest art and design university, OCAD University, and am an angel investor and limited partner in a fund based out of Toronto that invests in companies throughout North America. So really excited to see what you guys are working on. I'm always get hyped up when I get to see the future companies that are coming around the corner. And for me, that lets me make smarter decisions in where we invest both our time and our capital. Really excited to see what I can learn from today, and hopefully I can give you at least one or two things that can be helpful as you go build and scale these companies.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kevin. And Danny, I'm going to pass the floor to you for just a quick introduction. By the way, Danny is joining us from GUM.
Hey guys, thanks Salman. Good to be here with you as well, Kevin, and all of the startup creators who are building stuff that's really exciting. I'm excited to be here. So yeah, I'm a venture partner with Going VC and WeFunder. Part of my job is to basically look at projects like the ones you guys are building and also see what's interesting and up and coming. So I do that. And then I've also founded several companies. The latest one is called GUM. It's a mobile video app to connect founders and investors. And the mission behind that app is essentially to give access to everyone, equal access. A lot of times you need warm intros to meet investors. Part of what we're working on is ways for everyone to easily get a foot in the door and level the playing field. Yeah, check it out. It's gum.is, and excited to see what you guys got.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kevin and Danny. The students know I have a very hard time just zipping my mouth. So what I'll do is I'll just be quiet, try to bite my lips and pass it over to the students. We're starting with Team 5, Artuality. I'm not going to give any spoilers on what they're up to. I'll let them do their presentation, but just a friendly reminder of the format. Each team will have 10 minutes to present. There will be a hard stop at 10 minutes. I'd actually ask if you guys I'll have like my timer on my phone at the 10-minute mark. I'll be a little generous. I'll just quickly unmute myself and be like, 10 minutes has passed, but then you'll have 30 seconds to wrap up if you're going over. Aim to finish at 10 minutes, but I think it's just a little rude for me to stop you guys after you've worked so hard. So I'll give you a 30-second grace period. After your 10-minute pitch for our lovely judges, you'll have 10 minutes for Q&A and feedback. I'll leave it up to you guys on how you guys want to spend those 10 minutes. If you want to spend more time on the questions or feedback, it's truly up to you. But like I mentioned, I'll be a bit of a dork about time. So apologies in advance if I'm like, sorry, we got to cut it off. 10 minutes is up. We just have so many wonderful presentations to go through. So Artuality, Saba, Aiden, Mangi, Stella, Royce, Samir, Are we all set to present?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Give me 1 second. I'll have my timer ready here. And whenever you guys are ready, you guys are good to go.
Okay. I'll start. Physical art made accessible through modern, unique ways. We're Artuality, and we bring you this presentation.
Let's start with the problem. Why do artists need Artuality? During COVID, many galleries shut down due to strict quarantine restrictions, which caused a significant decline in art viewing patterns. This caused a decrease in artists' incomes across the nation, with struggles still prevalent now. From another perspective, artists simply do not have enough time. They do not have enough time to spend 31 to 40 hours a week creating art, then 21 hours per week promoting their art, and then on top of that, sometimes work a part-time or full-time job for additional streams of income. Additionally, 65% of artists find physical gallery experiences negative. This is due to the extremely selective process of art curation. And even when artists finally are accepted, galleries generally take a 50% commission. So artist profit margins are low. Based on feedback from 1,758 art businesses across almost 100 countries, in 2021, Artsy Gallery Insights reported digital solutions such as marketing with social media, virtual viewing rooms, virtual exhibitions, and remote artist talks, as well as gallery walkthroughs, proved to be the most successful digital channels that drove sales and attracted new buyers. Through our own research, we interviewed artists at art festivals and sent surveys out. We found the biggest user need was artists need additional marketing. We interviewed 2 artists, Elias von Usner and Lani Imre. Both concluded that marketing is difficult and artists would rather spend time focusing on art rather than exposure. So, what if we could combine art with virtual reality, an immersive experience for the viewer and new marketing opportunities for the artist? This is our solution. Artuality is an online art gallery that provides recognition for underrepresented artists and establishes connections between enthusiasts. The 3 key features listed here help carry out our mission.
On that note, introducing our minimum viable product, which consists of 3 parts: a website hosted on Squarespace, virtual reality galleries on a configurator ArtSteps, and various social media platforms for marketing. Links to social media and virtual galleries are embedded into the website to enable seamless browsing and buying experience. From our website, visitors view our virtual galleries through ArtSteps, a platform for creators to showcase art pieces and for visitors to view them in an interactive 3D exhibition space with useful features such as live chat and quick travel. With the addition of a VR headset, walking through the gallery becomes a fully immersive experience of augmented reality. To build a community of art enthusiasts around Artuality, we effectively use a combination of artist pages, blog posts, and social media marketing. On our artist page, we showcase our artists' work while spotlighting their biography. Currently, we host 3 artists on our platform with diverse personal backgrounds and art styles, and we are in the process of contacting more. In each of our blog posts, viewers can comment and interact with other comments. We plan to blog about various art-related topics, analyze the results, and then focus on the most popular ones. In the future, artists who pay a subscription fee will be able to write their own blog posts and better engage with fans. Meanwhile, our social media platforms market our blogs, and they regularly update our followers about Artuality. On our website, there are 2 processes for buying artwork. For fixed price art pieces, the buyer can select their choice of art from our inventory, and then they could pay through Google Forms. For the auction artwork, the buyer bids for art pieces on eBay through embedded links on our website. Through our MVP system, we successfully achieved our first sale. This artwork was sold after extensive social media marketing via an eBay auction connected to our website.
For our business model, we decided to go with consignment and premium profiles. For consignment, we will be taking a percentage from the buyer and the seller, 5% respectively, for a total of 10% for each sale. For premium profiles, we'll have special features that allow artists to connect with their community. Artists will pay $3.99 per month. For our steps of monetization, our first step is to build a reputation with artists and collectors. Secondly, we'll create a comfortable environment where artists and buyers can connect. Our third step is to generate additional revenue streams with premium profiles at $3.99 per month. Our fourth and final step will be to expand our galleries with developed artists and solidify their fan bases.
We have two main forms of competition, virtual galleries and art e-commerce businesses. Artuality provides e-commerce functionality for marketing and selling art, while other virtual galleries such as The Virtual Gallery don't. Additionally, Artuality replicates the feeling of touring a physical exhibition using an online interactive VR gallery. This also means that artists can acquire an international audience instead of their viewers being confined to the region where their work is being displayed. Alongside this, artists have access to a community of other artists and buyers through blog posts. Furthermore, while art e-commerce businesses such as Artsy list and sell various forms of artwork, Artsy charges a 4% processing fee and a commission fee that varies based on subscription from $200 to $3,000 a month. Despite this, listing and selling art on Artsy is only available to artists who are represented by galleries. Artuality, on the other hand, currently charges a 5% transaction fee from the seller, making it sustainable for artists, regardless of their connection with galleries, to promote their work through our platform.
And this brings us to the future of Artuality. Moving forwards, we plan to expand our network of artists and buyers and differentiate further using feedback that we got on our MVP to create an even better user experience. In order to do, we'll provide more complex features unique to Artuality to separate us from our competitors. We will test these features in the future and provide our customers with the most valuable ones. First, we have an exclusive community feature connecting users of the platform to common interests, allowing them to make friends and establish an emotional attachment to Artuality that reinforces customer loyalty. In order to expand our forms of revenue to target artists, we will use the previously mentioned premium profile, which will provide artists with priority promotions and exposure. We can also expand our market to physical galleries by creating exhibitions for them to bring their artwork digital. Currently, we are offering a variety of underrepresented artists on Artuality, from street art to contemporary and artists from Georgia to Vancouver. By observing the engagement on these niches and how well they sell, we will continue to niche down in the future to offer a more concentrated service. We'll use blog posts, social media, and marketing campaigns to build fan bases for these artists, and in turn build a fan base for our site, providing us with a basis to grow and scale in the future.
And that brings us to our team. Samir is an individual with extensive technical skill set. Mani is a team member with experience in UX design and strategy. Aiden has connections in the art world through a family member that started a gallery. My name is Saba, and I, much like Stella, believe in showcasing beautiful art created by small artists to the world. Stella is passionate about facilitating connections between artistic expression and cultural representation. Royce has experience with website design and enjoys exploring creative solutions to enrich and connect the contemporary art world. That concludes the summary of our current progress and future vision for our venture, Artuality. As new ideas and insights emerge, we would always be on the lookout for opportunities and improvements. We are beyond grateful for your time and for supporting the continuity of arts and culture. If you have any questions, we'd be very pleased to take them now.
Awesome job, guys. I'm going to leave it to the judges to quickly do Q&A or feedback. Just as a reminder, there's 10 minutes on the clock. So Kevin or Danny, if you guys don't mind taking it away.
Yeah, I'll jump in. First of all, congratulations, team, on putting together a really cool company here, getting something out into market, getting your first sale, and having a pretty clear story to tell around it. You should all be super proud of this. The other thing to commend you on is honing in on what's a pretty important problem, not just from a business standpoint, but also in society at large. Just economic data shows that artists are way more vulnerable to economic shocks, things like the pandemic, than other sectors are, and have a harder time coming back from those shocks. So I had a couple of questions for you, and I'd love to hear a little bit from the team about your relationship with galleries, because it wasn't quite clear in traditional galleries today. It wasn't quite clear whether they're competitors or customers or partners, because you could see interesting challenges depending on how you think about them. So what is the relationship with traditional galleries?
I could answer this question if it's okay with everyone. Currently, we're more focusing on connecting with individual artists who are underrepresented or need more exposure. But we have conducted some interviews and some conversations with individual galleries as well. While in some way we are their competitors, at the same time, Some of the galleries, especially the smaller ones, don't get a lot of customers as it is, and they look for every way to gain more exposure. And the three of the local galleries that I personally reached out to, all three of them were very willing to digitize their artwork through virtual reality because they believe that the VR function will allow people to look at the artwork and get interested. But they will also want to go into the real, like in real life, and look at the artwork to feel more of a feeling that they got from virtual reality. Therefore, I believe most of the galleries are very positive in their outlook toward our venture and our idea.
And one thing to add, one of our team members, Aiden, actually has direct connections to an uncle who did create an art gallery, and it was very successful in Vancouver. It was called the Aiden Gallery, named after Aiden. However, it did shut down during COVID. And Aiden, if you'd like to add on more, feel free.
To just give a chance for the judges to respond to what Sabo is saying.
Yeah, good answer. I'll offer a quick prompt for how you may think about this going forward, and then I would love to let Danny jump in as well. It may be interesting to think about the jobs that you can make easier for galleries and artists beyond just the transaction itself, the discovery and the transaction. So galleries often pride themselves in being facilitators of social functions, bringing together communities of buyers and curators. And so there's a bit of a social prestige exclusive element to galleries that in turn artists are attracted to, sometimes more attracted to that element than the dollars themselves from the sale, although that's also important. So you may have a little bit of sort of customer discovery to do going forward to understand what really drives those two coming together and what you can be doing to support both parties over and above just the transaction, which could turn into more of a differentiator and distinction point for the business model.
Thank you very much.
Great points. Yeah, very nice work, guys. This is exciting. I've seen and I've heard, actually, I have a friend who's mentioned working on something like this. So I think it's an idea that's bubbling up that is bound to happen. Whoever can figure it out is going to do well. One thing that I find really interesting, maybe because I've been doing work on social products lately, is the social aspect to your product and the community aspect. Those are the things that can really help this product grow quickly. If you start thinking about network effects and you start researching and building some of those into your product, that could be really effective. I also think as art buyers, a lot of times people who buy art, whether it's expensive or inexpensive, they often buy art because they have some kind of personal connection to it. So they connect to a piece or they connect to the artist and they like to have that relationship. And I've seen people who buy art like really thrive on building a relationship with the artist. And so that's something that I think you guys can leverage here, because these aren't world famous artists yet. So they have the time to also contribute to your platform and maybe connect more so with the people who are interested in buying their art. I think there's some interesting things you could do there. And I don't know how much time we have left, but I do have a few questions if there is time. If not,
4 minutes and 47 seconds.
Oh, we do have time. Okay. So yeah, one question I have is, how are you going? Is there like a minimum or maximum price amount? Look like the one that you guys sold on eBay went for about $50. So there seems like there might be a lot of back end like logistics as to how you receive this art, package it, sell it, do all of those things, and what it would be worth and profitable to do with certain price points.
Yeah, I'll take this one if that's all right. So currently we're testing with selling lots of different kinds of artwork. Like we have, for example, like Lonnie and Taka on our website. And these artists generally sell their artwork for like hundreds, if not thousands. And we're also testing with selling prints, like for example, for our auctionable products. So right now we're just seeing what sells the best, what gets the most engagement, what gets people talking. And then hopefully we can niche down in the future based on that.
And just to add on to that about the profitability section, currently, because of the unique model of eBay, we are in fact making about 10% of our expected commission fee from each transaction, because all the logistics are included in eBay. And that's also part of the reason why we chose eBay as part of our MVP, because it is so efficient for a starting business. Of course, in the future, we do plan to switch to using some more professional platforms that would accommodate more functions with less distractions as it currently is on eBay.
Got you. And I'm just curious, I don't know if I missed this part or if it wasn't in the pitch, but if let's say I'm an artist and we agreed to list one of my pieces on your website, how do you get images of that? Do I take them? Do you take them? Do I ship the art? Do you ship the art? How does all that work?
I could take this question if that's okay with everyone. So the way this works is, first of all, we have personal conversations with the artists. So we reach out to them, we have a little bit of chat, so we establish a connection. And then we discuss all the possible ways. At this stage, and we believe that in the future as well, we're mostly letting artists do the packaging and shipping themselves. We're just providing a digital platform for them to sell their art. And in terms of taking pictures, most of these artists already have some portfolio that's already digitized and high quality. And we mostly target those artists that are small, but still have a very professional portfolio. Therefore, they can give us a very easy and fast access to digitized art already in high quality that we can put on both our VR and also our selling art piece website. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, sounds good.
Awesome. And we have a minute left, so I'll just share some of the wonderful things people have shared on the Q&A. Mika says, I need to ask why this team is so fire. Maureen says, fantastic presentation, so professional. Shrihan from Team One says, amazing presentation. You guys absolutely crushed it. I'm going to now just invite Team One to the stage. Please just change your name to One in front of your name so I can find you really quickly. Just going to do that.
And I just want to say thank you so much to the judges for giving us such valuable feedback. We really appreciate it. And yeah, it was awesome.
Yes.
Thank you for your time as well.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Mika, are you the one sharing your screen for Team One?
No, that'd be Shrihan.
Perfect. 2 panelists. Guys, just bear with me for this awkward little limbo as I move everyone. Shrihan, why don't you go ahead and share your screen?
Yeah.
Copy up to panelists. And remember, it's the same format, 10 minutes for your presentation, and then judges will have 10 minutes for their Q&A as well as feedback. Awesome, awesome. And I think I have everyone from your team here. Am I missing anyone?
No, I think you have
can't
everyone.
see our team pictures. I can't see anyone.
Sorry, Team 5, I'm demoting you back to attendees. I hope you will be able to forgive me. And boom. Everyone is here who's supposed to be here. I'm putting 10 minutes on the timer here for you guys. And get started whenever you guys are ready.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Today is the last day of our Betacamp journey, and our team is super excited to present you our startup. Ploro is a digital marketing agency that brings Gen Z marketing to local gems. Now, to understand the problem our startup is aiming to solve, let me tell you a story about a small Canadian restaurant called Cove. It's a wonderful looking place with very tasty food, very tasty and high quality food. Yet, despite this, there are very few visitors at the restaurant, and they're all seniors aged 60 and up. These senior clients are not spending as much money as younger clients are, and this is holding back Cove from flourishing.
Sophia, I think you're either muted or you cut out.
I think she cut off the Zoom.
Here,
She
I
had
can finish.
one.
And while they really want to expand their customer base and bring in new clients, they are struggling with attracting a huge market of Gen Z and millennial audience, mainly because they don't have enough time and experience to promote their business on social media, where this audience mostly spends its time. On this slide, you can see how terrible Cove is at promoting their business on Instagram. The percentage of their active subscribers is less than 0.3%. Now, effective social media promotion is exactly what Ploro Marketing is helping restaurants with. In summary, the problem statement of these restaurants is that small local restaurants struggle with social media promotion as well as attracting a Gen Z and millennial audience. When Ploro comes along to these restaurants, only 2% of them have non-local customers due to lack of awareness from visitors. And these visitors are important because they spend more on food than locals, often spending up to 25% of their budget on food. Knowing this, these restaurants try to reach them themselves. However, we found that 100% of small restaurants we surveyed use Instagram, but TikTok is beyond their reach, so they delegate the task to a third party, which is where Ploro comes in. Now let's talk a little bit about the team behind Flora Marketing. Our team consists of 6 wonderful high school students whose photos and names you can see on the slide, and our main advantage is that we are a part of Gen Z with heavy marketing knowledge. With that being said, let's talk about how exactly we help local restaurants attract more customers. Using our natural intuition, algorithm, and vast experience with social media and TikTok in particular, we create high quality promotional TikTok videos for local restaurants to expand their outreach.
Our services can drastically improve a client's social media presence. Here we have Stack Smoked, which is a Texas barbecue restaurant. On the left, we have Stack's low quality and very generic social media posts before working with us. On the right, we can see that after working with us, there's a drastic improvement with how Stack markets themselves on social media. Instead of having a boring Instagram post, we create an engaging video to help them bring in more customers. Let's talk about our website. We created this simple website for potential clients to learn about our different service packages, and so that future clients can give us feedback on how we can improve any of our services. Having our website also helps us gain trust and credibility, which allows us to make a strong impression and shows potential clients that we can provide a high quality service. In order to get clients, we quickly realized that going in person rather than trying to contact restaurants by phone is the most effective way to get them on board. We were able to sit down and have meaningful conversations with restaurant owners to really understand their needs. These are some behind the scenes of our team pitching to restaurants about our MVP. Over here, we can see some of our potential clients. These are all restaurants that we started a sales conversation with. At the top, we have Simple Kitchen, Stack, Cove, and River 16. These are the restaurants that are very impressed with our service and who we are in deep talks with to provide our services. And all of these restaurants are where we got customer responses from. A common theme that we've seen from these potential clients is that they've told us something like, we've been waiting for someone like you guys. Many of them have mentioned that they really enjoy our content and they really seem to understand what our business efforts can bring for them and their restaurant. Customers also really appreciate our emphasis on clarity, engagement, and good communication with them. Lastly, they really enjoy the actual quality of our product as well as the aesthetic.
Now that these restaurants have seen Flora's solution, we show them why it's better than others. First, we are much more localized than most of our competitors. This is an advantage because we can personalize and care for the restaurant's social media in a way that would be impossible for someone calling in from a different province or country. Flora also uses and is more experienced in social media than our competitors. A competitor that specifically needs to be addressed is restaurants who just have a friend do it. This may be cheaper for the restaurant. Having a friend do it cannot beat out having experienced staff who have customer satisfaction and the content their highest priority. With all that in mind, let's address how much of a market there actually is for this and how much money could it produce based on our prices. These numbers were calculated using the yearly value of a customer who's on our Deluxe plan, for the reason that it is the best choice when you consider the algorithm, which is explained to all potential clients, multiplied by the amount of restaurants in that area which we estimate would be interested in our product. That being said, our TAM is $44.9 billion, our SAM is $290.7 million, and our SOM, calculated based on our current conversion rate of 12%, which we hope to increase in the future, is $5.2 million.
Here we have our current business model, which is essentially how we make our money. We are a subscription-based business that also makes money through royalties. To do this, first restaurant goes onto our website and selects one of our video packages. We then create and post however many videos they want with a 2.5K minimum view guarantee and a refund if we don't hit that benchmark. We then take a royalty for every 1,000 views the videos we create get on TikTok once the video reaches over 5,000 views. Looking at our pricing system, you can see here we have 4 different packages that our clients can choose from. Each package has a varying number of videos and prices that correlate accordingly. We record and edit all of our videos for our clients in each package, which also include our view guarantee. Here we have our customer acquisition cost, which consists of the cost of business cards, our website, and hours committed to the sales process. These are the costs to acquire one customer. The cost for making TikToks and our other marketing strategies have no cost at all. We also have our annual recurring revenue at $4,611.96. The high value shows the importance of our customers and why customer satisfaction is of utmost importance. To calculate ARR, we took the fixed price of the bundle of 8 and multiplied it by 12, which just represents months in a year. And we use that bundle of 8 because posting at least twice a week is the minimum that business should post for optimizing viewership.
So here we have our MVP sales and profit for our one single plan sold, which generates a revenue of $56.49, leading us to have a net profit of $30.99, including door-to-door costs. Here are 3 key insights we learned from our progress so far. We learned that to collect data and interact with our potential clients, we needed to go in person. For people to lean towards our service and trust us, we needed an exemplar video of our work. And for our potential clients to contact us, we needed business cards. I'm sure you've noticed the unconventional key points by now. Behind each of these key points, there's a story. For example, during our pitches, restaurants were asking for our business cards to contact us, and we didn't have them. So for the first restaurant, we played them off by saying that we would contact them instead with their card. But by the second place, we actually told them that we would quickly grab it and be back. So we went to the nearest Staples, quickly created the design in the car, printed it, and went back to give them out. All these stories involve a lot of hustle, which is why we chose them to mark out our progress, since we believe they display how hardworking and driven we are. Our mission is to help expand the outreach of local restaurants, and in time, we want to become the world's largest Gen Z marketing agency. So what are Plura's future steps? Firstly, we want to gather customer feedback and analytics after acquiring a couple more clients and see what changes we need to implement to reach our goals. Next, we want to expand into more industries for local businesses. For example, as of right now, we do only operate with local restaurants, but we do want to branch into marketing local businesses in general. Lastly, we want to hire young students experienced in social media or website creation to continue Plura within their own cities for their own local businesses.
Before we end off with our presentation, I'd like to present our ask. Unlike a traditional ask, we would like to steer away from money and rather ask for your guidance. Both of you range from large and well-known venture capitalist firms, and it would be great for our team to receive assistance on future expansion and scaling up. In addition, networking with you guys will give us an access to a network of talented venture capitalists and also a pile of resources. Likewise, your networks of local clientele can help our agency be more well-known. Like my colleague stated, our goal is to expand our MVP at a fast rate. And as the realm of Gen Z marketing is an untapped yet profitable market, we want to expand into larger and more dense geographics while also onboarding new high school students, which are heavy tasks. With your presence as our advisors, our agency will go nowhere but up from here. In return, we can provide our services to the businesses under your belt, including your own personal ventures, that are looking to attract broader audiences. Our expertise in social media, marketing, and attracting Gen Z demographics can inevitably help those companies, and together we can grow. That concludes our presentation, and if you guys have any questions or concerns, you may address them. Thank you for your attention.
Good job, guys. 1 second remaining on the timer. So you guys absolutely crushed it. We're going to do 5 minutes of Q&A. Danny, Kevin, if you guys have any questions, now's the time. I'll put 5 minutes on the clock. Oh, you guys are muted. Sorry.
Great job, Plura. Yeah, really interesting. It looks like you guys have built a business that's working right off the bat. You went out and started making money. So congratulations on that. That's a big first step. A lot of startups actually never get to. That's exciting. I'm really not too familiar with this new agency model for Gen Z social media on TikTok. I know it's out there and I know there's companies doing it. So this was very educational for me. I think I still have a lot to learn about the space that you guys are working in. And the questions that were popping in my head, actually, you guys answered a lot of them around some of these metrics like customer acquisition cost and annual revenue, and lifetime value would also be a good metric to throw in there. To me, some of the challenges seem that your sales process and biz dev is a little heavy. You have to go into the restaurants to close the deals. So that seems like there's some risk there. And then scaling that, you mentioned bringing other people on in different cities that can go in and do that themselves and also make the content, I think is what you said. Yeah, there's questions about how that might scale in my mind and if that can scale well. But it seems like you guys have carved out a sizable market. And I think it's just about continuing to execute. And if you can scale it. One thing I would be interested to see is the actual effect that this has for a specific restaurant. So if you did a use case with one of these restaurants and say, okay, these were their numbers the 6 months or 12 months preceding before they started marketing with this. And then once they started marketing with this, their numbers started climbing up and we can prove that this is effective. And I think that could also be very helpful in selling to new clients. I'm interested where that goes. I guess one kind of last question is TikTok is like the thing right now, right? That's where everybody wants to be. That's where all the eyeballs are. That could maintain for years. That could change in a couple of years. Have you guys thought about what happens if, the eyeballs shift to a different platform? Do you think you'll be able to shift with it, or have you thought about that at all?
I can take this question. Yeah, But so our whole plan is to keep our current business model in terms of staying with Gen Z platform. That's why as our age demographic like grows up and then more come in, we want to keep the people that run our business as Gen Z. So as new trends come along, and as of right now, TikTok is almost like the new Google search engine in a way where like millennials and Gen Z, they use TikTok to search for, oh, places near me. And then they just scroll through there to find places to hang out, to eat. So if new things do come along, we expect that the new Gen Z or the new generations that come along will have information about it. So we'll just hire them and keep it going. So it's recurring.
All right. Thanks, guys.
I shared a lot of the same kudos as well as questions as Danny. And so maybe I'll just build off some of those thoughts. First of all, amazing job. I love the story about going to Staples and getting the business card done, because that's typically an indicator of kind of the resilience and grit and on the spot problem solving it takes to land a first customer, which of course you successfully did, which is amazing. Similar thoughts in terms of how you scale this thing going forward, because you landed on the localization as being part of your secret sauce to this thing. And of course, being localized is sometimes at odds with growing and taking on more local geographies that you want to enter those markets into. And so something for you to think about is how you keep that localization advantage as you're not just a local company. Also shared a few thoughts on your business development and how you're going to acquire customers being pretty heavy. And it could be interesting for you guys to think about how you go and acquire more than one customer in a single sort of pitch process. So might be really worthwhile to go look at BIAs, Business Improvement Associations, and say, hey, listen, you're all trying to market this downtown area in a certain town or city. And we do a sort of a district deal where we actually work with a number of restaurants in that area and helps you onboard 4 or 5 or 10 clients at a time. And so you start to get out ahead of your acquisition costs. So getting clever about where you're going to go find more pools of clients, that could be really interesting. Last thing I'll say is your problem statement up front to me was like very vague in comparison to the problem that I think you're actually solving. And so the problem that you described in the story, and by the way, I love that you started with a story because it's oftentimes the most helpful way to describe the problem. But it was almost like the problem you described was, hey, marketing sucks and we're doing it better. But I actually think the more you went through the presentation, your secret sauce and the problem you're solving is that traditional agencies don't know how to get in front of Gen Z like Gen Z does. And so our agency consists of Gen Z, and we have some secret sauce in bringing that thinking to go to attract people like us. I think it still needs a little bit more work and distinction beyond that, but I think that's an interesting insight to hang on to because that really is different from sort of other agency models that may be out there. Overall, amazing job.
Thank you for your time, judges. I think all of Team One can vouch for this, but your feedback was amazing, really helpful, and we'd honestly love to connect afterwards too.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was very helpful.
Fantastic job, Ploro Team One. I'm going to now quickly bring on the next team presenting, which is Team 16, Pop Natural. If you guys don't mind just raising your hand so I can quickly find you and then bring you on as panelists up here. So Loba, Gargi, Alicia, there we go, promote to panelists. And so for the next group that's coming up, I just want a quick reminder for the judges and for the Q&A section. We'll leave it just so that it's a little bit more structured, one question per judge for the Q&A so that the teams can have an opportunity to practice their ability to answer questions. And then we'll leave it for 5 minutes for just feedback. So I think that process might make it a little bit easier to maybe stay on time as well. And it might be more helpful for the teams presenting. I love the backgrounds, guys. I love how every team has come with unique backgrounds. So shout out to all the Beta Camp students. I'm going to move all of Ploro into the attendees.
Before
Alicia,
I go, thank you so much, Salman, for running this Beta Camp experience in the first place.
Of course. I only did it because you guys were awesome students, deserving of this opportunity. Oh no, I just spotlighted you instead of moving you out. There we go. Loba, Alicia, Garji, before we get started, do you want to just quickly just mention to the judges where you guys are calling in from as I'm moving people out?
Okay, I'm from New York.
I'm from Toronto. Hi, judges. I'm from New York.
Awesome. I have my timer here ready for whenever you guys are. The format for the Q&A is 5 minutes, one question from each judge, and then 5 minutes for just any feedback that would maybe help this team take it to the next level. All right, I have my timer ready. Are you guys able to share your screens? Is anyone? Okay, once that's ready, just start whenever, and I'll start my timer at the same time.
Okay.
Good afternoon or good morning, based on where you are, and welcome to Pop Natural. We are a business that sells pop culture themed desk plant pots. Our startup team consists of Alicia Lloyd, our project design and product designer, Garji Salunki, our marketing manager, and myself, Loba Mathir Ratnish, operations and logistics. Most of us in the team love gardening and spending time with nature. Since many people our age spend so much time on screens, we wanted to promote and share our love for nature and plants. To interest people of our age, we thought of combining the concept of nature with pop culture. With the rise of working and studying from home, many teenagers and young adults have lost their connection with nature due to all the increased time spent on screens. In addition, they may not have enough time in their day to care for and water real plants. The Learning, Research, and Development Center at the University of Pittsburgh conducted a study of screen time spent by adolescents. The bar graph on the right compares the time spent on screens before the pandemic, the blue bar, and during the pandemic, the orange bar. The data shows that the screen time has increased significantly during the pandemic. This is where Pop Natural comes in. Pop Natural solves this issue by supplying teens and young adults with small artificial desk plant pots. Pop Natural wheels in buyers by combining nature with pop culture so that each customer can resonate with their pots, bringing them closer to the concept of nature. Since the plants are artificial, people would not have to worry about whether or not they water their plants or if their plant is getting enough sunlight. If it's to personalize your room, give to a friend, or support your favorite fandom, we've got you covered.
Our product features pre-made or customizable pop culture designs, artificial plants including lavender and cacti, and it has tested to be peel-proof, waterproof, and hassle-proof. For our MVP, we start off with designing our prints for our products that orientate with different trends in pop culture through the use of websites such as Canva. For example, on the slide, 2 designs are featured connecting with pop culture trends of art and music. Additionally, on our website, we have a special feature that enables customers to give a request for a specific fandom he or she wants. If a customer chooses this option, we will design a special design for the customer correlating with the fandom he or she chose. Next, we print our designs using the color printer available in our local store and laminate them so they can be applicable to our pot. Currently, we will be using Staples as a prime location to produce our designs. Then we assemble our pots with the designs we have along with its artificial plant and post them on our website and Instagram for our customers to see. When we receive an order through our website or Instagram, we will pack their product and deliver it to our customer with the utmost care. Fortunately, we have been able to sell our products to a few customers. On the slide, we have 2 reviews from our customers who purchased our products. Based on our reviews and the feedback we collected from our customers, the #1 reason why our customers love our products so much is because they capture the aesthetic of popular pop culture trends perfectly by making unique from other plant pots. Our designs range from all kinds of pop culture trends such as fashion, music, and movies, which give a variety of options for a customer to choose from that they feel will embody their tastes. In addition, these products are affordable, attractive, and perfect as a gift for your loved ones.
The first step of our business model is to purchase our material in bulk. This includes pots and artificial plants. The next step is to print and laminate our designs and attach them to the pots we purchased. The last step is to deliver our products through regular mail services such as FedEx.
On our slide, we have concluded based on research that one pot without the artificial plant would be $1. One artificial plant would be 80 cents, and laminating and printing the design would be $5. Thus, the total cost of making our product would be $6.80. Our revenue would be $30 after selling 2 of our products, and the profit we would make would be $16.40.
So in the left diagram are just some companies that have created pots based off of various trends and designs. However, they are not pop culture related. On the right side are companies that have created plants that are seen in famous movies and TV shows, but they don't sell the pot itself. The houseplant industry is a huge market with a total value of over $15 billion in 2022. Our product stands out because it is one of a kind and has never been replicated in any way. Some key factors which makes us stand out from our competition is that we are able to customize our flower pot and also the fact that we have a very strong social media presence. We are very affordable, coming in with a price of $12, while our competition sells each pot for $25 or more. On our Instagram, we are incorporating different memes and following different trends to keep up with Gen Z and appeal to them. As of right now, we are marketing on our Instagram. Our Instagram contains pictures of the pot and plant itself, as well as mock-ups of what our pots can potentially look like. In the future, we are looking to market on TikTok because there's a large audience of different fandoms full of Gen Zers. We will generate more publicity by using some of the money we earn to collaborate with small-scale influencers who have a following of less than $2,000 on both Instagram and TikTok. As of right now, we are delivering our products to customers by doing deliveries. After we sell our product, we give customers a couple of days to grow accustomed. Then we ask them if they like our product and we ask for feedback. When we start to receive more orders, we will create a Google Forms to simplify this process. We hope to expand outside of the New York region and focus on the entirety of the United States as well as Canada. So far, we have gotten 2 customers and currently we're in the process of selling our 3rd pot. Right now, we are getting customers through a close-knit circle of family and friends. Through our website, we have attached a Venmo link that will assist the payment aspect. As for the future, we hope to set up a PayPal account. In a month, we are thinking of shipping throughout the United States as well as Canada. In the next 3 months, we are planning to contact a local distributor in the New York region and cut down the cost of production. We would meet with this distributor for creating the designs and also laminating the designs at a cheaper cost. Our long-term goal is to be able to sell these plants throughout the United States as well as Canada at a very low cost of production. On behalf of Pop Natural, I would like to thank you for your time in listening to our presentation. If anyone has any questions, thoughts, or feedbacks, we would highly appreciate your inputs.
Awesome job, Team 16. I'm going to open it up to the judges for 1 question each. We have 5 minutes for Q&A and then 5 minutes for any feedback that we can help take Pop Natural to the next level. Danny, Kevin, the floor is yours for your questions.
I'll jump in if that's okay, Danny. Team love the mission of getting nature in front of more people, especially in an era of more screen time. I think there's a huge need for it on an individual basis, as well as just organizations looking to better manage the balance and well-being of their employees. 1 comment and then 1 question. The 1 comment would be on your early slide where you introduced the team. Don't be shy. You're co-founders and CEOs, not marketing managers and that sort of thing. So own the roles and all the work that you've done, which would show really well on that early team slide. And then the question for you is, how do you think about getting customers coming back for more? So once they've got their first product that's sitting on their home office desk, how do you keep them coming back for the next product so that you're growing the share of wallet you have with customers and continuing to generate revenue from clients you've already acquired?
So for our products, we orientate with pop culture trends such as music, art, and entertainment. So we believe that we can generate more customers as we cover more pop culture trends that come into view. For example, we can start off with basic fandoms that many people are engaged with, such as Harry Potter. And when new entertainment or music or even culture comes out, we can create more pots based on those trends to captivate more customers into buying our products. We can also be used as a collection of pots. So for some people who love to buy products engaging with the fandoms that they like, such as Harry Potter or Marvel, they can start a collection using our pods as a reference to their fandoms.
Awesome. Danny?
Yeah, very cool, guys. I'm also a big fan of having plants at home and taking care of them. So I like this idea a lot. I think I had a couple concerns. One was the competitive analysis. I've seen other plant companies that are selling online that I'd like to see a little bit more about. But my main question, I think, is that you said the plants are fake and they're not real. So what made you decide to go with fake plants over real plants? And is that it? Would you consider selling real plants in the future, or what's the plan there?
Yeah, so I can take this question. Initially, we went in with the idea of real plants because we wanted people to feel more connected with nature itself. But as we were like more into the whole like progress of creating our actual MVP, it was very hard to sell plants that had real soil and that were easy to damage, especially since we're considering shipping them outside the New York region. But if we do have real plants, they would have to be very local, very local. So right now we are focused on just having them artificial for like shipping purposes.
And might you do real plants in the future, or do you plan to stick with fake?
Yeah, so if we can get them in like some stores that are close to consumers, then like we would look into selling them as real plants. But because we're like using FedEx for shipping, the whole process will get a little messy. So we're sticking to artificial.
Great, thank you.
Judges, any more questions or points of feedback? Awesome. Pop Natural, you guys did a fantastic job. I can't wait for you guys to finally open up in Canada so I can finally buy a plant. And let me know when the real plants start coming in as well. I definitely need some more greenery in my room. Okay, awesome job, Alicia, Gargi, and Loba. You guys absolutely crushed it. I'm going to quickly invite Team 22 onto the panelists. And unfortunately, I'm going to be demoting you guys.
Thank you again, judges. Yeah, I just want to say thank you for your feedback.
Thank you for your time.
Awesome. Arav, Joanne, panelists. Cool. I'm just going to promote you guys. Team 22, while you guys are up here, I want you guys to quickly just introduce yourselves and just mention to the judges where you're calling in from.
So I'm calling in from India right now.
I'm
Annabelle.
calling in from Virginia. Also, I don't know what's happening with my green screen. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I'm calling.
I'm calling in from Dubai and the green screen isn't working for me. Sorry about that.
No worries. It's the thought that counts. So this team is obviously staying up a little late to do this presentation. So shout out to Pure Sleep for the dedication here. Arav, Joanne, you guys, it's like close to midnight. It's pretty late. It's 10 p.m. Awesome. It's a late night grind for this team. I'm going to let you guys share your screen and get started whenever you're ready. Awesome. So I'm going to actually set my timer up right now. Whenever you guys are ready, it's all set to go. You guys can take it away.
Okay. Pure Sleep is a device dedicated to helping millennials reach their full potential. Our team consists of 4 individuals, Anthony, Joanne, Arav, and Annabelle. While doing research for our startup, we noticed a very prominent problem in living a healthy lifestyle. We learned that the main cause of this problem was an inconsistent sleep schedule. Most people with extreme difficulty sleeping would go to a sleep therapist, but therapy is like extremely expensive, time-consuming, and can be intimidating due to the misinformation around it. My team and I have created a survey and reached over 150 responses. 20% of millennials surveyed struggle to sleep, ranked higher than 8 out of 10. 64% of the millennials surveyed get less than their desired or required sleep, and 56% of the millennials have not done anything to combat this problem.
Our solution was to create a subscription-based mobile app that provides quick insights to customers that are affordable, quick, and targeted. We only cost $4.99 every month, and that is if you decide to use your premium plan. You would receive results within 1 to 2 business days, and all the results would be customized to you. To use our product, you would first fill out a diagnostic form, wait 1 to 2 business days, and then receive your customized results. Our premium features include communication with professionals in the sleep industry that we had contacted for you, a sleep tracker, and much more. Our MVP was a website that led you to a Google form which customers filled out. After they filled out this form, they would receive a personalized email from our team. On this slide, we will be presenting our customer traction. Pure Sleep currently has 53 followers on Instagram and 13 users who have received insights. Below, you can see feedback from one of our actual users.
This is the second slide of our customer traction, and it shows all of the milestones that we have reached so far. On July 7th, we got our idea validation. On July 10th, we reached 150 plus responses on our survey, and we finished our MVP on the 17th. Finally, our most recent achievement on the 2nd of August was that we received our first superfan customer. On this slide, we will be presenting On this slide, we will be presenting our business model. And how we actually make the money. We use a freemium model to earn money. We have a free model of our product, which is basically our MVP. And today I will be focusing mainly on our premium one. To purchase our premium model, you can either pay $4.99 a month or $49.99 a year. And in the next year, so that is how we make money. Next slide. Oh, wait. So we have a free model of our product, which is not as advanced. And to purchase so we plan on getting 50 paying customers and a revenue of $2,500. This slide, okay, next slide now. So this slide shows our competitors and why customers should pick us over them. There are 3 main competitors. The first one is Calm. Calm is expensive and focuses on meditation and relaxation, whereas we focus purely on sleep and getting a good night's rest. Insight Timer is a really time-consuming app, which basically means that it takes a lot of time before you can actually get your insights. Compared to us, where we are fast and only require a 10 to 15 minute form, and then you wait 1 to 2 days for your results. And last but not least, our future plans. So in the next year, we plan on marketing on 4 new apps, which is Twitter, Amazon, Facebook, and YouTube. We plan on partnering with influencers we plan on partnering with 5 to 10 influencers and sleep therapists. And we plan on delivering around 500 insights. Thank you. That's all.
Awesome job, guys. Judges, I'm going to open up the floor for any questions or points of feedback. We'll do 5 minutes per judge. Danny or Kevin, do you guys want to start us off?
I'll jump in. Great work, guys. Super interesting. I know sleep has been a very big market that's probably never going to go away because we all need our sleep. So good job with identifying a big market. I think I have questions mostly around the products. You said it's a mobile app. Is that correct? I didn't see any screens or any designs or anything like that. So I want to see a little bit of what the product looks like or what it might look like, maybe like a prototype. And I think also because you didn't have those, it wasn't very clear to me what information I might enter or what kind of insights I might get back. I guess like the biggest question is like, what are the insights that I might get back that I would be paying for?
So the reason we currently don't have an app is because for our MVP, we created a website just since it's so much easier, more convenient, especially for teen entrepreneurs. And then I can show you an example. It's actually on our MVP slide. I can share my screen again if you want to see it. It's just a quick email with some tips. Let's see. Can everyone see my screen?
Yeah, I'm curious, like what kind of tips those are, and like, is that something like I can't get somewhere else, or what's compelling that's going to cause me to pay for that?
This would be for the free version. This would just be the simple email you would get customized for your answers on the Google form. And this is what we would get if you didn't pay for the premium plan. But if you did pay for the premium plan, you'd be able to use our sleep tracker after you receive these results. And then after that, you can communicate with sleep therapists or psychiatrists that we have already contacted and are willing to work with. So from there on, if you do decide to pay for the premium plan, you would get the chance to talk to professionals at a cheaper price.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Great work, team. I had similar questions about what the advice in the product is. So definitely something to keep in mind going forward as you are raising more funds is bring that product to life, especially if you're getting such great feedback on it. Show us what it looks like. I think there's a good news, bad news situation with sleep being such a hot, big and growing market. That's the good news. The bad news is it's a hot, growing, noisy market. And so you've got to figure out how you're going to break through in the face of Calm and Headspace and all of these already established brands, not to say there isn't room for innovation there. And I think you could probably benefit from a little bit of team time thinking about what those points of distinction might be. And those could be business model based as well. It always strikes me as interesting that of all the players that are competing in the sleep space right now, they're all pricing the same way. It's like a $4.99 subscription, or you get a discount on annual. But what's becoming more interesting, and I think this could be really cool for you to think about, is there's also more data available for you to know if it's actually generating more sleep for your users. And I don't know, maybe it's interesting to think about a pay for performance business model where you only pay if you actually slept more on average that month. And that's a way for you to attract users who are a little bit skeptical of the model. I have Calm myself. Like, I pay the ridiculous, I think $70 a year for the subscription. I've turned the thing on twice. So maybe there's something interesting you can do that leads to better results, but also reduces the risk for customers in signing up. And that helps you acquisitioning and growth wise. Overall though, I think sleep is only going to become a more important and enduring problem to solve. So I think you're on the right track, and getting to a little bit more customer insight, beefing up the product a little bit, and thinking about some of the business model opportunities, I think you're going to do something awesome here. So I'm excited to track your progress.
Thank you so much.
Awesome job, Pure Sleep. Kevin will definitely connect you with Team 22 here, especially if Calm was it Headspace or Calm isn't satisfying your sleep needs. I'm sure this team will definitely wow you at a much cheaper price point. So
sign me up.
Awesome. Well done, Pure Sleep. I think you guys did a fantastic job with your presentation. In fact, every single team so far has amazed me at how far they've come along over these short weeks. I wanted to ask Danny and Kevin, while we still have you, there's obviously certain themes you've seen with young entrepreneurs, especially when they're presenting ideas. Since we have some free time, I wanted to ask you two questions that would apply to all the attendees. If you were back at this age group, potentially starting your entrepreneurial journey, is there things you wish you had known or invested time into? And we'll leave that as a final question, maybe some inspiring words to set everyone off on the right track or right direction.
It's a big question because there's lots, but that may just be me too, because I've tended to learn things the hard way in my career and life. So I think one of the big ones is to think 10 times bigger than you're normally accustomed to. What does the world look like if you're successful? That's the level of, I think, vision building. And you think about the end of every Disney movie, it's what's the enchanted promised land where if we get this thing, we can't afford to not build this thing or not invest in it. And it's funny, typical schooling, sometimes you're not often being put in a situation where you do have to think that big and at that scale of impact. And I would have dreamed a lot more and bigger earlier on in my career. And then the second thing I would say is go ask for help, because there's a funny correlation where it's the older you get and the further away from being in school that you get, the less likely people are to just help you and pick up the phone. So take advantage of that now. One of the funny things for me about going back to do my master's just a few years ago, even though I'm mid-career, is I had the excuse that I was a student and in school. So I was I'm calling all the CEOs, all the investors I can to say, hey, I'm a student. I'm just trying to learn. You have that advantage. Use it, because the time goes by quickly. All of a sudden you're mid-career and you're just another old guy like me and Danny, and nobody picks up the phone. You've got a great advantage just in being young, and people are really interested in helping, as are we. Don't be shy in asking for it.
That is amazing.
Yeah,
Danny.
Great advice. I love it. I love the think 10 times bigger advice. I was going to say that too on some of your slides. I think on Pure Sleep, your goal for the year was $2,500. I think you should make it much bigger, 10x that, and try to get more customers. Also, not just thinking much bigger, but also working faster. These are experiments, and you're learning so much by working on them that you're probably going to be gathering insights, and you might have some other insights that you come across while you're working on this stuff that actually could be an even bigger thing than what you have now. Move fast, run the experiment, see what works. And when you find something that you're really excited about and that you see it some traction with, or something that's really potent, like stick with that and then go chase the big stuff.
Guys, that might have been my fault. I think they were dreaming really big, and I was like, okay, maybe we should make it a little bit more realistic for that serviceable, obtainable market. And then we shrunk that size just to match with the current traction. So that's my fault, guys. Sorry, I led you astray there. Guys should be thinking bigger, as the judges have recommended. And Kevin also put it in the chat, 10 times bigger, 10 times faster, ask for help 10 times more. So your book's coming in fall 2022. We'll definitely be checking that out for sure. I guess, guys, this wraps up this session. My final parting words for you guys are keep at it. Don't let this momentum go to waste. Things in motion, as we learn in physics, stay in motion, as well as things in rest will stay at rest. You guys have basically spent the last 6 weeks experimenting, failing, reiterating, and then obviously accomplishing. You guys are going to be hit with many setbacks, and it's up to you to just pick yourself up. As you get older, as like Kevin mentioned, people stop tending to help you out as much, or it's just not as like easy to convince people. Use your youth to your advantage and ask for help. Be greedy with other people's time in a respectful way. Of course, I'm not telling you to go message all the judges and ask for 2 hours of their time, but really don't let this momentum that we've built up, this progress that we've made so far, just plateau. You guys have very bright futures ahead of you guys, not just Pure Sleep, all the teams that presented. And I really want to see where this momentum will take you guys further. So good job once again. You guys should be super proud of what you've accomplished over this past 6 weeks. I want to thank all the students for their wonderful pitches, the dedication and the time that they've spent over the past 6 weeks. And obviously to our wonderful judges for not only sharing your time, but your wisdom with these students. You guys have the experience under your belt. I'm not calling you guys old, I promise. I'm just saying you guys are very well experienced. And as young entrepreneurs, it's just important to be able to translate that experience and learn from those insights. You can either learn by putting your hand on the stove, or someone wise like Kevin and Danny can tell you, don't put your hand on the stove. And that learning will be the same, and maybe even prevent a brutal burning that might prevent you from ever taking on a risk. So thank you guys so much. Can't stop in thanking you guys and expressing my gratitude. But what we're going to do now, unless there's any parting words from the judges or the guests, I guess the guests don't have the opportunity to share, but any parting words from the judges? If not, we can end the session here. We'll take a bit of a break until the next session, which will start at 1:30. Oh, actually, Denny and Kevin, you guys are working on a lot of cool things. How can we stay up to date with what you guys are working on? Is there like a newsletter you guys write, or how can we just keep up with all your cool work that you guys are doing? Feel free to plug yourselves here.
Yeah, thanks, Salman, for hosting this and having us. This was really fun. If anybody wants follow-up feedback, like I still have some thoughts about your startups, I'm happy to chat about those. So feel free to connect with me and reach out. I'll post my website here in the chat. There's a social page there where it has my Twitter and my LinkedIn, so you can reach out to me there if you like. And yeah, keep hustling, keep up the great work.
Awesome. I'm sure a bunch of the students are going to end up on GUM presenting their ideas to future more VC folks.
Likewise, this is it's always such a joy when you get to watch these amazing pitches, and the inspiration and the energy that I walk away with as a judge. And I know it's supposed to be for the participants is amazing. And it's one of the benefits of building communities like this, of people building things together. Thank you for having me. Folks can find me on LinkedIn. I'm also happy to spend time and make connections for you, look at product, all those things. And so don't be shy. Use your 10x power to ask for help, and I will gladly live up to that promise. So I look forward to talking with some of these teams after.
Kevin, I hope you understand these kids are super keen. And because you verbally made this offer, you're going to get like maybe 50, 60 LinkedIn connections today, all asking like, hey, can you help me with this? So I hope you know what you're signing yourself up for. There are no takesy backsies. So you're gonna have to deal with the consequences of your actions here.
Great problem to have. I'll take it.
Awesome, guys. Judges, feel free to enjoy the rest of your day. The next session will start at 1:30. We have a 10-minute break. All the beta camp students always complain we don't have enough breaks. Well, here you go, 10 minutes till the next session. We're gonna start a little bit early, so don't step too far away from your laptop just so that we can stay on track and start the next session on time. But see you guys at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. I'll share my screen. I'll play some music. Until then, sayonara.
Thanks, guys.
Nice. And so, hi, everyone. My name is Shreya, and I have basically been building tech communities primarily of founders, investors, and operators for the past 10 years. Started with Facebook groups, bunch of in-person meetups and hackathons, and then made that my job in the past few years. So if you've heard of On Deck, Katerina and I worked together there before. She joined the Beta Camp team, and it was really fun. We were there, I was there for 2 years, and then recently got a new job called Silva. So I've just started doing some angel investing myself this year, but otherwise I've been meeting founders for a long time. So really excited to get to know more about all of you, what you're building, and share some feedback.
You're super lucky here today, Shreya, because this team is full of angels. I'm going to bring Chelsea back up. I think she's just experiencing some technical difficulties. Just promote her back to panelist. And as soon as she's up and running, do a quick intro about Chelsea, and then we can get started. In the meantime, AP Study Buddy, do you guys want to quickly just share to the judges where you're calling in from today? It's always exciting seeing our global footprint.
California, Los Gatos.
I'm from Georgia.
I'm from Vancouver.
And I'm from California.
Awesome. And Chelsea, is the audio situation looking a little bit better?
Yes, I'm on my phone now, which I don't know what's happening today, but I've been using my phone, so here I am.
Awesome. And you can see the screens and you can hear us well.
I can, yep.
Awesome. That's all that matters, I'd assume. So I have my phone on me right now, AP Study Buddy. Just as a reminder for the format for everyone watching today, it's 10 minutes for your presentation. And then we're going to break down the 10 minutes for the judges into 2 5-minute increments of Q&A, as well as 5 minutes for feedback. Generally, that's usually 1 question per judge, just around their business, help these teams practice the Q&A format, and then 5 minutes for just feedback that you think could take this team to the next level based on your amazing experiences that you've cultivated in your careers.
Great.
AP Study Buddy, whenever you're ready, let me know. I will just set the timer off and you guys are ready to go whenever.
All right, I will start the presentation. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Hello, guys. Today, our team will be talking to you about our startup, AP Study Buddy, where we will help you literally find a buddy that you can believe in. My name is David, and my fellow teammates are Jeff, Shreya, and Kirti. Unfortunately, the other member, Parav, is not present today. So, having taken AP classes ourselves, this idea is something we're really passionate about, as we have first-handedly experienced the problems with the existing AP resources.
Nowadays, if students need help, they use Google. For students who require consistent help, they hire a tutor for the year. But what about the students in between, the ones who only have a few questions that the internet can't really solve? What about them? As we surveyed high school students, we found that 60% of students would find peer-to-peer tutoring for AP classes helpful because of the lack of personalized AP resources accessible to them. Our potential market is huge because 80% of schools in the US use the AP curriculum, as shown in the pie chart. Additionally, this market is still growing at a rapid pace because the number of schools participating in APs is growing, as shown in the bar graph.
So based on the research we gathered, we came up with a solution to help our customers get personalized help in any AP class. Our MVP is a website that serves as a platform to match students and tutors. We linked 2 forms to our website for students and tutors to sign up. Once they do, they receive a confirmation email where they can input their timing preferences. After getting tutor and student signups, we will create a match based on timing preferences and the AP that they choose. Then we send them an email with the contact information of one another so that they can set up times to have a tutoring session. Students can request sessions as they require it, making sure that they only pay for what they need. Then we include the payment form that the tutor and student
fill out after each session. We take a percentage off of what the student pays before forwarding the payment to the tutor. To incentivize tutors, we'll be working to implement a system where students can rate tutors after their sessions. As the tutor's rating goes up, their pay also increases. We will only be taking a percentage off of the base pay, so as their pay goes up, the tutors get to keep the extra amount that they earn.
To gain customer attraction, we set up in Instagram and LinkedIn where we post member spotlights, interesting information regarding APs, and cool tips and tricks to excel in your classes. We plan to monetize the sessions between the tutor and student based on the length of the session. With this plan, the student will be charged $5 for every 15 minutes. From there, we will take 25% as our profit and give the rest to the tutor as their pay.
Our competitors offer peer-to-peer tutoring and a wide variety of offerings. We differ from our competitors by making our service centered around APs, which is a niche that has barely been explored. By targeting APs, we offer specific help to the students and understand what they are looking for. As well as being focused on APs, our service is cheap and affordable. The tutors on other websites set their own price, often leading a person into spending more than they actually need. With our service, we use the structured payment system where the price matches the tutor's abilities. The best mentors are often ones that are a few steps ahead of you, as opposed to a whole staircase worth of steps. With AP content still fresh in mind, as well as access to the most up-to-date curriculum, we are simply one step ahead of the students and can thus be more relatable and customizable to the students' weaknesses.
Next quarter, we will work on growing the number of tutors and students. Once we achieve our goal of 25 customers on both sides, we will work on moving our operations onto the website, including the payment forms, match email, etc. Additionally, we will also work on adding more features to simplify the process. This includes the tutors' bios, AP resources for every topic, a billing calendar, and more. Our key milestone on the moment is to have 75 sessions in one school year. We are targeting around 8 sessions per month. However, we are considering that this may fluctuate due to varied academic rigor throughout the school year.
So our ask for you today is to provide us with any kind of feedback on how to gain more traction and customers. We would really appreciate any advice, suggestions, or insights that you may have. And on behalf of the whole team, I want to thank you very much for your time.
Awesome job, Team 18, AP Study Buddy. I'm going to open it up to the judges to start with the Q&A. Feel free to mute yourselves, Shreya or Chelsea, whoever wants to get started first.
Thanks. Great idea. The first question I had was, it sounds like everything is on a Google sheet right now, all forms based. Do you plan to make this more of a platform product as you grow? And do you maybe need more clarification on what that would mean?
Yeah, I think I kind of get what you mean. That's the plan for now. As of right now, we have a website that has everything, and we're planning on using the Google Forms just as like our MVP to get started. And then once we see more traction and everything, then we're going to work on moving it onto our website.
And right now it's only at your school? Or you all are at different schools. So is it at each of your schools?
Yes, it's at each of our schools. Like we send it out to high schoolers that like we knew. So yeah, it's at each of our schools.
And you had said you price it based on the skill. Does the tutor name the price, or have you determined all of the skills needed and then what the cost of that skill is? How does the pricing work there?
So the pricing is, it starts off for all tutors at $5 for every 15 minutes that they tutor. And that's how much the student has to pay. And after each session, the student can rate the tutor. And as like the tutor's rating goes up, basically we increase their pay, but we're only taking like our percentage off of the base pay. So whatever extra amount that they get, like they keep, we don't touch that.
And do you think people are going to be willing to pay more money for a better tutor? Or do you think that they'll just go to less ranked tutors to pay less money?
We think that they would pay more for a more like experienced tutor. Looking at like our competitors, like they have the same way, like they have their like tutors the same way, like people with more like skill sets have like a higher price when we looked at our competitors. So based off of that, we think that they would pay.
And from my experience taking an AP class many years ago, a lot of the skills you learn are how to take the test. I don't know if that's still the case, but do the tutors have a lot of expertise on the test taking side of things and how the tests work and what you need to be able to test on?
Yeah, so the tutors have already taken that AP class, so they've already taken like the AP test. So yeah, like they know all the testing like skills or etc. that they need to know for like teaching the student everything they can about the AP.
Okay.
Also, I just want to add that not every student take AP classes with their school. So like there are like, it could be due to the lack of AP classes that want to take, or maybe their school just simply doesn't offer AP classes and that they might resort to self-study. But I know from my personal experience that self-studying AP can sound like a very noble and ambitious goal at first. You want to take 4 or 5 APs at once, but as time goes on, and you start to enter the deep end of AP classes. And of course, every subject would have its own challenging topics. And that might deter students from going further, or they might just simply get stuck on specific parts. And because all 4 or 5 of us have taken APs, we have both self-study experience and experience with learning at a school. So I feel like we could have given more like relatable and customizable like tips to students on how to succeed.
I'm just going to be looking at time. Shreya, do you have 5 minutes for your questions and overall feedback?
Okay, cool. Yeah, so thanks everyone. Great job. I also really love that you built an MVP without spending a lot of time on development, because I think that's a great way to do a really quick assessment of like a marketplace like this. I wanted to ask about your long-term plan. It wasn't super clear to me what you've already done versus what you want to do. So how many sessions have you had so far? How many people like signups, and then how much revenue?
Okay, so far we have actually not had any sessions because we're building this during the summer, and for like most schools, they haven't started yet, so kids don't really have the need yet. So we're planning on building our company more and reaching more people, and then like officially launching when the school year starts.
Okay, cool. I think one thing that would really help is in that long-term plan, this is what we want to do in the fall, like just put some labels of this is what we want to do in the fall semester and then spring semester, since it's going to follow that cycle. Another thing I'm curious about is, have you thought about how you're going to handle the supply and demand of tutors versus the people who are being tutored? How are you going to bring in the tutors who have that expertise?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I thought of one thing that is an inspiration I got from my previous tutoring experience. I was involved with this nonprofit tutoring organization that offers like virtual free tutoring sessions to students. But sorry, someone tries to come into my door. I was going to say that we could have built like a one-on-one interview session with the tutors to see like how they can fit with our MVP, and what kind of like teaching styles that they might have, what kind of like credentials that they have that make them valuable and trustworthy tutors.
Yeah, and like adding on to that, to attract them, we were thinking of kind of 2 ways. First off, since this is more of a kind of one-time session, like you're not with your student forever, it's not a long-term thing. It's mostly for the students if they have a small doubt or like thing. So for high school students, especially since they're like really busy, if they have some free time or something, it's not a job that's like set in stone. It's if you want to make money and you have time, then you could do this. And then another thing we were thinking of is if they don't want to be paid for it, and instead, because a lot of schools now are looking at volunteering hours, we were thinking that if they wanted to do it for free, we would eventually maybe be able to build a system where they can get like volunteering hours out of our program or website.
Great. And I think another risk for something like this is that after the tutor has worked with someone a couple of times, they have a great relationship, and then they just decide, let's just work together independently without using this platform. And then I don't even have to give that 25% to the company. So have you thought about that and how to stop them from doing that, or anything that your platform's helping them do that is really hard for them to manage themselves?
I think one thing is the new system we're putting in, the one where if your rating is going up, then your pay will also go up, because then we don't know if the student would, like, even if they really do like this. Okay, it's more of a, since this is like a one-time thing, we don't really know if the tutor would be available sometimes, or if the student would be available sometimes. This is more of like a, if you have a doubt, then you can go ask. It's not like a repeated tutoring system where you meet like every week kind of thing.
But also, if they were to do that, our rating system, something that's like only can be done on like our platform, like our website. So like that would also make it so that the tutor and student both would have to go through our website. And plus this benefits the tutor more because they're going to be paid more than if like they went around.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Shreya. I thought you were on a pretty important point there, but the timer has just run out, and I just want to be respectful for the other teams presenting. I wish AP Study Buddy existed when I was taking my AP courses. There's always times where I was just like up till 1 a.m., 2 a.m., just like trying to figure stuff out. And I was like, if only there was like a smart person I could quickly reach out to help me out with AP Physics, this would have been game changing. So thank you so much to the judges for providing your feedback. Awesome job, David, Shreya, Jeff, Kirti, and obviously Parav, who isn't able to join us today. Next up, we have Team 6, Paybridge Technologies. This is a very interesting team. It's the only team at Beta Camp that hired interns, which is just hilarious to me. So I'm going to add you guys to the spotlight, and I can't wait to see your presentation. But again, awesome job, AP Study Buddy. You guys absolutely crushed it. I'm so happy to see how much you guys have progressed over like these past 6 weeks. I think every team has done an amazing transformation over the past 6 weeks. So good job.
Thank you to the judges for all the feedback that you provided.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna slowly be demoting you guys back to attendees, so please take no offense to that. And then Paybridge, please raise your hand in the chat so I can quickly find you guys and bring you up to the stage to present. Just as a reminder, 10 minutes for presentations, 10 minutes for Q&A. It's 5 minutes for questions, 5 minutes for overall feedback. Awesome. Mo, the intern wasn't able to make it today.
I thought he wasn't allowed.
Yeah, that's true. That's my fault. Awesome. Let me bring Trevor up. Naveen, Venkat, and Trinayan. Awesome. Whoever's supposed to be sharing their slides, could you please start sharing ASAP? And I have my timer here. I will give you guys 10 minutes. I'll remind you at the 10-minute mark that you have 30 seconds left. So you have a 30-second buffer. Try not to use that 30-second buffer. I told the judges they'll mark you harder if you guys pass it. So I'm just kidding. Whenever you're ready, let me know, and then I'll start my timer.
All right. Welcome, everyone. We are Paybridge Technologies, and my name is Naveen. And today I'm joined by Ellis, Mohammed, Trevor, Trinian, and Venkat. And we hope you're all having a great day. Just 2 years ago, I was sitting at home with nothing to do during the pandemic, and I played the popular video game Minecraft. Not long after, I began to host Minecraft servers for all my friends, and I found that I needed a better way to collect money from all my friends. I either had to gather the money in person with cash and stop the server for a few days, which was very inconvenient, or I could have used payment methods such as PayPal or Venmo, but not everyone had access to these applications. Transitioning to today, my fellow co-founders and I are tackling this very problem.
Now, this problem is not specific to Naveen. In fact, it is quite a universal pain. Here, you can see John and Sandeep discussing their issues with current payment situations. John states that while there is a way to send money from Cash App accounts to Cash App accounts and Venmo to Venmo, there is no viable method to send from Cash App to Venmo and vice versa. In Sandeep's situation, he states he's done a ton of research, but has yet to find a useful method of transferring between platforms. Now, with this problem, we can categorize it into 4 pillars. The first problem is overchoice, where there are too many options for people to deal with PayPal, Venmo, and many numerous other payment services. The second is time, where it currently takes 1 to 3 business days to transact money. Third is expenses. The fees are high and ridiculous for alternative methods. And lastly, we have hassle, where average users that manually deal with this problem still have to manage and balance all of their services.
And so this is where we come in. We welcome you to PayBridge Technologies, where we are building the bridge to connect everyday payments while bringing the world closer with every step. What we are aiming to do is to become the one payment service to connect them all. Our solution, as you will progressively see, is fast, simple, cheap, and secure.
Here's a quick product demo.
To enter the application, hit Enter PayBridge. You'll be met with the form. Once you have finished the form, you put in your amount that you'd like to send. In this case, we're going to be sending money from me to my friend John, and I'm going to be sending from Venmo to Cash App, and I'd like to send $20.15. I hit Submit Transaction, and now I'm met with the receipt. This receipt is uniquely generated, so even if you reload the page, it has a check behind the scenes to make sure that the code is always the same. Now, if you check Discord, the transaction ID appears to all the staff members, with the database ID included, and if you check your email, a receipt will be sent there. Thank you.
For our MVP, we currently support both Cash App and Venmo as payment services. This is because they have large customer bases and fit our business model. In terms of statistics, Cash App has over 100 million downloads. They generated $12.3 billion in 2021, and they had 44 monthly active users in just Q4 of 2021. For Venmo, they have over 70 million users, and they processed $230 billion in payment volume just in 2021. With person-to-person transactions and small businesses, these platforms are perfect for our startup.
So here's how our current MVP transaction flowchart works. Let's say user 1 wanted to send user 2 $10 from Venmo to Cash App. Our Venmo account will be worth $50. User 1 would send $10 plus a simple 2.5% plus 15-cent fee to our Venmo account, which will now be worth around $60. On the other hand, our Cash App account would be worth $50, and we'd send money to the user 2. And once user 2 has received their money, our Cash App account would be worth $40 at the end of this transaction.
In the future, when we automate everything, this is the process we're going to use. We're first going to use an authentication system that allows users to save their login information. Users will then be able to make a transaction using a simple UI. And as soon as they make a transaction, we will be able to check if the designated amount that they're sending is under our liquidity pool threshold. If it is, we will then request the money to the service that they're sending from using APIs. After that, we'll verify if the money was sent to our PayBridge account. If it wasn't sent to it, we'll wait 2 minutes and try 2 more times. If not, we'll just cancel the whole transaction. However, if the money is sent to our PayBridge account, we'll then send the money to the recipient using APIs.
To all of our technical people out there, here's our tech stack.
Our market size has extremely high potential. However, we have niched down in our early stages of being a startup. Our total addressable market in users who have only one transaction service is 96 million possible users. Next in the model, our serviceable addressable market contains users of Venmo or Cash App that don't have the opposite. This is because these are our main supporter platforms. This would equate to approximately 26 million users. Lastly, our serviceable obtainable market is around 5 to 10% of our serviceable addressable market, which is further narrowed down to more frequent daily users, specifically in the younger age range.
Our marketing strategies were that we use Facebook, LinkedIn, and Facebook for connections, Instagram and Twitter for updates, and Discord for our support and community server. We're counting on the word of mouth and making our product fully automated before it goes viral. And here are some of our early stage numbers. We have a total of 120 plus total followers, 10 plus customers, $50 plus of transaction volume, and 7 plus transactions.
Okay, for our unit economics, we plan to start generating revenue by having a 2.5% plus 15-cent transaction fee. We also plan to generate revenue by offering subscription plans to users who would like lower transaction fees and other perks. We do expect changes to come with our transaction fees in the future when we start to facilitate a larger amount of transactions. In terms of costs, we currently have a monthly cost of $16 for web hosting and domains, but we believe these costs can be easily covered in just a few transactions.
In the market, we have a few competitors like Zoom.com, MoneyClip, and Remitly. Zoom.com is a service for international transactions, while MoneyClip is a more peer-to-peer service provider that targets the Canadian demographic. And on the same terms of Zoom.com, Remitly is also an international transaction provider. These companies mainly focus on large transactions and usually take time or might have higher fees. Also, competitors like MoneyClip are focused on domestic transactions, which is not like us.
While our solution is simply better, as the process is instantaneous once it gets automated, has significantly lower fees than competitors, is easily usable and secure. We will even provide international services after we discovered a market gap and had an amazing light bulb moment with a customer during our hypothesis testing.
Here you can see our initial feedback from our first customers whom we had the pleasure of completing a transaction with. They were very supportive of our development, and both Aiden and Abdur said that we were able to adequately solve their problem of sending money to one another.
And we're already on the angel seed radar, as a venture analyst cold messaged us on our business page as it began to gain some traction on LinkedIn.
Here's our roadmap for the next couple quarters. By the end of Q4 2022, we plan to fully automate all of our transactions, create a secure authentication page, and increase our liquidity amounts. By the end of Q1 2023, we plan to fully revamp our website using frameworks like Next.js, create a mobile app, partner with smaller businesses, and by the end of Q2, we'd like to find more investors, expand our team, and support more platforms. Finally, by the end of Q3 2023 and beyond, we plan to develop an API and documentation for developers like the Stripe API, and also ramp up our marketing and search engine optimization efforts.
Here is our team, and my name is Trinayan Hariharan, and I'm a developer on the team.
My name is Naveen Narayanan, and I'm also a developer on the team.
My name is Venkat Mandava, and I'm the general of this team.
My name is Mohammed Al-Sharif, and I'm the marketing analyst.
My name is Ellis Garver, and I'm responsible for sales and advertising.
My name is Trevor Park, and I'm responsible for web development and marketing. We also have some interns. Abdel and Ayush are both developers.
Thank you for listening, and do you have any questions?
Awesome job, guys. I'm going to pass it over to the judges. We're going to do it so it's 5 minutes per judge for both the Q&A as well as the feedback. Shreya or Chelsea, do one of you guys want to start us off?
I can start us off. Great job. Love this presentation. My first question was, is this a token economics Web3 play? I was a little confused if there are stable coins. Is that why the transaction fees are so low here?
So not exactly. We based the idea off of liquidity pools, but this is all centralized and it's just between bank accounts and debit cards. So there's no Web3 involved with this application at all.
I do hope in the future we could utilize some elements of blockchain in future software and transactions.
And how are you able to get it so much lower in terms of transaction costs than your competitors?
So our competitors obviously have their own costs, but if you had to, you'd have to, if you were like, let's say today you want to send money from Venmo to Cash App, you'd have to withdraw your money from Venmo to your bank account, which can take up to 1 to 3 business days. If not, you can pay a higher transaction fee. And then once you fully withdraw to your bank account, then you have to make a Cash App account and put it back in there. So with our service, all we have to do is we provide a standard 2.5% fee plus the 15 cents. And with that, simply people can transfer money between platforms.
I'd like to add on to that and say that most of our customers are internationally based, so they focus on transferring currency exchanges, so say from the US to Canada. And with that, there's a lot higher fees, anywhere from 3 to 4% compared to our 2.5.
Got it. And are people in the US, do they primarily use one of the services versus another service like Cash App? Is that one of the main problems, or is it more just the international transaction fees are slow and expensive?
So from our hypothesis testing, we saw that in the US, people use they use Venmo more often, while in Canada, they use like e-transfers more. So that's where there's a much bigger disparity between users, and people from the United States aren't able to send money like as fast to people in Canada. And also within the United States, there are some groups, like for example, younger groups tend to use Venmo more, while older individuals and business individuals like use PayPal more. So there's a lot of disparity between users, and we feel that we can become the bridge that connects all these payments together, and it's a much more convenient platform for everyone.
Yeah, just adding on to that, just from our research that we did, the disparity in the utilities used. So with Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, there's always a significant population that prioritizes one or two services and then doesn't have the other services, and then that's when the conflict comes in when people are trying to transfer money between these different platforms.
And have you done any research to think, at least in the US base, would people rather pay that transaction fee than to have both apps, for example? And are they willing to pay that fee to have their money more immediately than to say 1 to 3 business days, like you have to wait on Venmo?
So as we saw in a lot of stories that we've heard, and when we researched online, a lot of people, they need that money transferred in that certain situation. For example, if I have to go pay a friend for like snacks or something like that, where I'm at a football game or something, it's better off when I have the money like all transferred right there rather than people forgetting about it. So people are just, so that it's all done right now as soon as possible, people are willing to pay that 2.5%. And we did see that in our whole testing we sent Google Forms to people and potential customers. They said, yeah, they would use this, and they've been in this type of situation a lot.
I think I'm running out of time, but some feedback I have is I really liked at the beginning when you opened it with the very clear story as to what the problem was and why you came about this idea. I thought that was really good. So I would keep using that situation, and yeah, just really continue to talk about what the problem is and why people are going to use this solution over whatever solutions there are now, especially if there's that international component, which is a big player here. Definitely talk about how that is better than, say, TransferWise.
Thank you so much for the feedback. Thank you.
Kelsey, you have 30 seconds, but we can definitely pass it over to Shreya right now. I don't know if we can really fit in a juicy question in the meantime. But Shreya, enjoy the extra 18 seconds now.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I'll start off with feedback and then can do questions. Fantastic job, everyone, for building this working MVP and facilitating transactions. I think that was really powerful and shows that not only was this an idea, but you actually worked out the kinks and made the financial transaction. So wanted to commend everyone for that. And I think that's the kind of thing that you can actually put sooner in the slideshow, in the pitch deck, so that we know that you've actually launched it, built it, because that's really exciting. After that nice comment, I want to ask a kind of spicy existential question. What happens if you get blocked by these services? Do you know that the API won't block these transactions, or have you thought about that?
So we have thought about this, and we've done lots of research. Obviously, there is no other like direct competitor to this. And we have read like PayPal's terms of services, and there doesn't seem to be anything in the terms of services that seem to block us. But if we do block us, we'll probably have to talk it out with the company. But it probably won't be soon because we're still a very small like group, but once we start growing, that may be a problem.
So adding on to Naveen right there, we've also thought about getting ourselves as a company and setting this up as an LLC, because most likely Google will also flag us for doing some transactions. So one way you can prevent this is like getting all the legal set up and getting your company like completely done. So anyone else can.
Totally, that's great. I think it's great that you dug into the terms of services, even though that's probably very boring and convoluted. Another question was, so I think that subscription model is very interesting, but I'm wondering, have you thought of any business models that don't charge the end user because it's like you're making these financial transactions? Have you thought of any way to get that cut from the businesses or the other payers on either end rather than the consumer?
Yeah, we've thought about adding like a more customization to our transaction. Like the form right now basically charges the person sending the money, but we are trying to make it so that you could split the transaction fee between the user and the person that's getting paid. So it might deduct money from their PayPal account or Cash App account. And we've thought about that, who has to pay the transaction fees, because sometimes it might be the end user who needs the service rather than the person sending the money. So we have thought about splitting the transaction fees or changing up how it's being charged.
We also thought of different ways of making money, so we don't have to charge a transaction fee such as like advertising. Also, when we develop more like custom software, like Naveen said, like a Stripe API, we would decide who to charge, and we're still figuring that out. But
yeah, like in the future, when we make an API, kind of like how Stripe charges it nowadays, if you're going to make a full stack application, you'd probably use the Stripe API, but they have heavy fees on it, like 15 cents per payment method. So we're thinking we can also charge a little lower on that side.
Okay, cool. And then another thing I'm curious about is same as Chelsea, I really liked that you had that like Minecraft story at the beginning. I'm curious, is that part of your acquisition strategy, like gaming related transactions? I'm thinking about how Venmo started on college campuses to get their initial users. Cash App did a bunch of celebrity endorsements. Because this could be used for such a wide variety of transactions, how are you going to reach people first?
I'd say primarily we did begin like just seeking out like friends, family, and all that. And then occasionally we were gonna niche it down to restaurants and all that, but we did do some more research and realized that it wasn't too applicable in that regard. So it is more of a general utility tool. And then we are just like going the general ad route, like just finding people, social media, advertising ads, all that.
I think like a related point of feedback would be, so definitely makes sense to start with friends, family, network, but then you're going to hit a wall at some point. And so I think of who are other people who feel this pain point really strongly, and how can we systematically acquire them or get in front of those users?
Also, adding on to Mo, another reason why we started with friends and family was because we have more of that trust factor, because it is dealing with sending money, and not everybody's going to trust like a startup in the beginning. So once we do acquire a little bit more trust, we will branch out to a wider audience.
And our audience, we've seen that this pain point hits people who don't have, like, for example, a Cash App was like 13 plus while Venmo is 18 plus. So maybe younger users might have this pain point where they can't use certain services. And that's where our whole service comes into play.
Yeah, I think your differentiator can be as simple as like you have super cool branding and you're targeted at Gen Z and millennials versus those competitors that you described. Even from their logos, they're pretty old school looking. And so you can just be like the cool, young, snazzy, cross-platform financial service. So great job, everyone. This is really awesome.
Awesome, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome. I'm going to bring everyone from Team 8 Cup of Cozy onto the stage. Great job, Paybridge. I was super engaged in your presentation. I'm going to quickly just boot you guys out of here. It wasn't that good, so that's why I can't keep you guys here. I'm just kidding. But if you guys are on Team 8 in the attendees, please just raise your hand so I can find you really quickly. And feel free to start your videos and just share where you guys are calling in from while I bring everyone onto the stage for being a panelist. Awesome. Amy, Evie, Liz, and I think Sanvi's just coming on. There we go. Why don't we just start off with a quick where you're calling in from while I boot Paybridge out of here. No offense, Paybridge.
I'm from Chicago.
I'm calling in from Houston.
Do you want to go from Tennessee? Yeah, I'm calling in from Tennessee.
And I'm calling in from Arkansas.
Awesome. I think you guys should be able to share your screen, so whoever is controlling that can start us off. And feel free to get started whenever, ideally ASAP, and then I'll start my timer.
You can see my screen, right?
Oh, sorry.
I can see perfectly.
Okay. Hi, Cup of Cozy, providing warmth and comfort to Houston homes. Imagine yourself outside, reading your favorite book while lounging on the grass beneath a tree, with the breeze catching your sweat-slicked hair. You're searching through the limited amount of tea leaves that you have and realize that a strong cup of black tea would not suit your jam-filled pastries, nor a need for a refreshing and cooling drink. Hello, we are Cup of Cozy, a seasonal monthly tea box subscription here to better guide your tea selections on those perfect days and nights. Our team consists of Sanvi, Aya, Amy, Evie, and myself, Liz. With Evie in China and Aya in Turkey, we're all from various different cultures. However, they all intersect in their love and value for tea. In the beginning of our market research, we reached out to Chris McCann, the owner of The Path of Tea, a local Houston tea shop. He advises that tea shops can be quite unpredictable, and it's all about the tea that the customer likes. He also advises that bad service is the worst, as it ruins the overall calm and relaxing ambiance you're trying to create within your store, whether online or in store. Finally, he advises that people are drawn in by lower cost loose leaf teas, as they can be quite expensive. We also reached out to Kim McHugh, the only certified tea blending master here in the state of Texas, and one of only a handful of certified tea masters nationwide.
Her main advice for us was to be transparent with what we offer, as the worst thing one can do is to overpromise and underdeliver. Specifically, as a product-based service, it's important for the customers to receive what they signed up for. In our case, that is loose leaf tea and a monthly subscription. She also advises to keep a wide selection of teas within range of traditional and various blends, to keep in mind that people have very diverse palates.
Further into our market research, we found that 87% of millennials drink tea, and more than half of Americans drink tea daily, especially in the South. Hot and specialty tea continue their appeal towards customers, and the US is the third largest importer of tea in the world. The tea industry has a compound annual growth rate of 1 to 3%, and this shows that the tea industry is very wide and very undersaturated, showing that there's space for an online tea service like us. And all the insights we found were on a study done by the Tea Association of the USA. So as a business, we strive to provide seasonal flavors to our customers so they can always feel right in the moment with their cup of tea. So we have our customers pick which flavors they want. We have them select a subscription plan from the 3 we offer, and we deliver their box straight to their door. Here are the 6 teas we offer. And we offer loose tea leaves, which are objectively better than tea bags, since tea leaves can be steeped more than twice and provide a richer experience for the drinker. For our seasonal summery flavors, we have organic Moroccan mint, organic Assam with rose petals, and organic lemongrass. For our more traditional flavors, we have organic oolong, Earl Grey, and organic black Assam. For our business model, we buy tea leaves in bulk from local Houston tea shops. We package them in our cute and recyclable packaging, and we deliver it straight to our customer's door.
So this is the shop page on our website where we display our subscription boxes and flavors for customers to buy. From our feedback, we also created a user-friendly blog where we display recipes that Liz has made, which customers can recreate themselves with our products. And seeing as 70 to 80% of tea consumed in America is iced, we decided that our first recipe for the summer would be on cold brewing. To market our business, we mainly use Instagram, where we post tea related. We also use Nextdoor, where we reach people in Houston, Texas, specifically the town Katy, where we develop our products.
For the competition, other tea subscription boxes do exist, such as Harney and Sons, Subspy, Simple Loose Leaf, but all of them are more expensive and fail to fulfill the seasonal components of tea.
Our total expenses for the loose leaf tea itself was $25 and $10 for total packaging costs. For our margins, the individual cost for a single package was $6.63. With a 62% markup, that comes out to be $10.75 per box. Our first customer purchased a 2-month subscription program, and the second purchased a 1-month trial. This leaves us with minus the expensive $12.25 of profit. A testimonial our first customer gave us is, "I love the Moroccan tea. It helps me enjoy these last days of summer."
The first step in our growth plan is to have official partnerships with at least 3 Houston tea shops. By then, we'd like to have at least 40 customers. After some time, we'd like to expand to all of Texas to increase our customer outreach. With that, we'd also like to increase our marketing systems, seeing as our customer base will have grown. Our second expansion will take some time and planning, as it is on a much larger scale, which is shipping to all of the US. Our current vision is to become a successful and well-known US online tea retail store with 20+ tea shop partnerships and 500+ customers. Along with our geographical growth, we'd like to have a product selection growth by focusing on bringing the world to the US through international tea flavors.
Thank you so much for listening to us today. We'd love to hear any advice you have for us on growing our business and reaching out to customers. Yeah, thank you for your time.
Awesome job, guys. Judges, I think Chelsea, you started us off first. Do you want to go again, or should we pass it on to Shreya to take the first 5 minutes?
We can switch it up.
I think you're already unmuted. I don't know why I brought this up. You can take the first one.
So would love to hear a little bit more about these partnerships. Sounds like part of your growth strategy. What is in it for the, say, local Houston tea shop to go on your website? Are you offering their customers a better price than the alternatives? I guess also, why is your alternative to some of your competitors so much cheaper? Are they having higher than 62% margins, do you think? What are your thoughts on those?
So our tea, we do not mark up on our tea. We sell it exact like for the same price we buy it for. The markup is for labor costs because making the packaging can be really hard, and for the cost of the material of the box. So for the tea shops, I believe that if they develop a partnership with us, they would be getting their name out in like their area, and in every box we'd be like, oh, this tea was from this local tea shop. So we are also striving to support local businesses.
Yes.
And how come you chose not to mark up the tea from the local tea shops?
We see that a lot of tea is already very expensive as it is, so we'd want to make it easier for our customers. However, as we grow, if our what we offer does become more advanced, we'd mark up our costs a bit. However, we do want to be accessible to more people. We don't want to overcharge people.
And so your ideal customer in terms of the partnership side, what is your strategy to get new partners? Is that just cold outreach? Are you offering them a free trial on your site? How do you think about gaining more partnerships?
We have already reached out to a couple local Houston tea shops just through cold outreach. We did offer them like an incentive for having a trial period of maybe 3 months to see if partnering with us brings in more customers. However, that's still in the works and we don't have any further details on that.
And what was the feedback? Did they have any feedback on to if they would or wouldn't want to be on your platform? The local tea shop?
Said they were open to it, and they said they were open to it and would definitely love to have a trial period and see if it brings in more customers before fully like declaring what their opinions about our service.
And so the partners would get paid directly on the tea, that you would buy the tea from them and then you would resell it on your website?
Yes, we prefer to like buy the tea in bulk and hopefully get like a cheaper price for buying the tea in bulk. And we would also like promote the local tea shops. So that's where we're looking to go with the partnerships.
And then you're attracting customers through social media, your end user customers?
Yes, most of our customers came from the app Nextdoor, which Amy promotes on because she lives in Houston and she has access to the Houston community. And through the app, they found our Instagram and later our website. So that's where we got most of our customers.
Also word of like using like those networks like family members and them reaching out to their friends.
Great. And I guess I only have a couple more seconds. I guess my feedback was, I think at the beginning, I wasn't exactly sure what the problem was. So in the next pitch, would love to just from the beginning, really understand why this subscription model needs to exist. What is the problem? I liked the storytelling side of it. So maybe just some refinement on what the problem is.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Shreya, you have 5 minutes as well.
Awesome. Great job, team. And yeah, I really like the nice branding. It's a very cute, cohesive product. I'm going to echo what Chelsea said. And so I think that one thing that I would recommend is, first of all, say the word tea in your tagline of your very first slide. It actually doesn't have the word tea. You just have like a nice vague tagline. I think you can make it super concrete and just be like, get the tea you love every month or something like that, where we know what it is. And then for your market research slide, you did market research with the tea providers, but I would like to see more information on the tea drinkers. So you showed that stat, for example, 87% of millennials are drinking tea, but dig into the metrics of actually how much money they're spending on tea per month and year, because that will show, are people who are tea drinkers already spending enough in a recurring way such that our product can solve that and fit into that. So that's one point of feedback I'd have. And then a related question is, you put the compound annual growth rate. I think that was a great thing to research and look into, but 1 to 3% to me looks pretty low. I don't know the CAGR of like coffee or like other related products, but I think if you had some comparison points there for someone who's like a generalist and not specializing in food like me, when I look at it, I want to understand, is this growing really fast or is it not growing as fast? So do you know that information?
Yeah, we saw the compound annual growth rate as an opportunity to really expand the tea industry to like more ways of selling tea and thinking about it. Yeah, that's how we interpret it, but I definitely agree with you.
Yeah. Along with that, also we did, in part of our research, we did see that tea is becoming more prominent in the US. It was also an opportunity for us.
I think if you can find the metrics of what informed you that tea is becoming more prominent, then you can use those in the slides, and that would be great. Another question, I know you dug into the fact that you're sourcing from the local tea shops. Love the idea of buying local, but one question about that is that the tea shops themselves are going to have to mark up the price so that they can make a profit when they source the tea from the wholesalers or whoever the producers are. So have you reached out to any of the actual producers and wholesalers so you don't have to go through the shops, so you're not giving that profit to the shops too, and you can make a larger margin?
We did think about reaching out to wholesale, but at the beginning we were very adamant about helping local business, and we do want some of our profit going to local businesses. But further, if we ever expand, that reaching out to wholesalers would definitely be the optimal route. But for right now, we would definitely love to help local Houston tea shops.
Cool. I have an idea around that is like, you could say this month's box is sponsored by X local tea shop and put their branding on it. So you still source from the wholesaler. So it doesn't actually cut into your margins, but we say, I think that you could work out something where you're using it for that marketing and messaging of buying local. And you're saying like 5% of every box profits goes to the shop, but their markup might be 20%, something like that, where you can just be making a little bit more so that you can actually fulfill that promise that you have, that we're making tea more affordable and more accessible to customers. And then I know, Salman, you're adding the next group. So one last thing that I wanted to mention is on your business model slide, you talked about the packaging and the steps, and then you went through the metrics of how much each of those things cost, like later, 3-4 slides after. So put those in that first slide so that right when you're saying like, first we source the tea, then we curate them into a box, then we have to do the delivery and shipping costs, and then this is how much it costs the end user, and here's our revenue and our profit margin. Put that all together in one so that you can see it there. And I think spend a little more time on it, because I was like typing some stuff and then I like missed the actual percentages because you went through it really fast. But that's one of the really core things to spend some time on. Great job, everyone.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for.
That is so embarrassing. I was just hyping you guys up and I was muted. I guess I can just save my hype up for another time. No, I'm just kidding. I was just saying you guys are our most international team as well. You guys are like the Pitbull of Beta Camp, Mrs. Worldwides. So awesome job. I'm going to bring on team 15. Saharsh, you are the last person who's just not joining the panel. So if you don't mind just accepting my promotion to panelist, that'd be awesome. Awesome. Ine, Chali, Sine. Love the coordinated backgrounds. I think this has been a theme all evening. And then Cup of Cozy. Awesome job. I'm going to be demoting you back to attendees. Thank you guys for that wonderful presentation. And I will talk to you guys during our closing ceremony. So Revive, who's sharing their screens while I'm kicking Cup of Cozy out?
Saharsh is sharing.
Cool. Do you mind just quickly just saying where you guys are calling in from?
New Jersey. Yeah, I'm calling in from New Jersey as well.
Yeah, Delaware.
Wonderful. And then slides are shared. Whenever you guys are ready, let me know and I will start my timer here.
Okay, we are ready. Most of the time, tennis athletes do not have enough time to recover sufficiently, according to the United States Tennis Association. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aneu Upadhyay. With me here today are my fellow co-founders of Revive, an online platform that provides short, customizable, and effective recovery programs for competitive tennis players.
First, allow me to introduce our team. Anay, Chel, Saharsh, and myself, Sunay. We are upcoming 11th and 12th graders interested in business and excited to apply our skills to real-world situations. Our team has great networking skills, especially in the tennis world. 3 of us are high school tennis players and are a part of over 5 to 6 different tennis clubs, so we really understand our target audience.
The game of tennis is a physically demanding sport. As the only player on the court, a win or loss is decided by only yourself. With no team to support you, tennis is highly intense and exhausting. In fact, a tennis match can last anywhere from 45 minutes to even 4 hours, and with only 20 seconds of rest between points and 60 seconds of rest between changeovers. This means tennis players are constantly hitting shots, chasing down balls, and serving upwards of 80 miles per hour. Playing such a tough sport with no means of recovery can lead many athletes to acute soreness, then injury, and eventually burnout. This is where a tennis player pushes themselves too far, ending their career as a result of not taking care of their body. In a 2-year study conducted at a youth tennis club, 39 players suffered 100 injuries in total. The most common injuries were ankle sprains, lower back pain, and knee strains, all of which are easily preventable with proper stretching. 43% of these injuries caused absence from tennis for up to 4 weeks. Although these tennis players in their prime development stage continue to face injury, recovery is often overlooked, or worse, taken for granted, according to the United States Tennis Association, or USTA. More focused on strength training and perfecting shots, many tennis players forget about recovery entirely and suffer the consequences. Other athletes attempt to recover, but simply don't have the time to look up YouTube videos or conduct online research. In a survey we sent out to our fellow student athletes, 77% of respondents rated their busyness as a student athlete as 7 on a scale of 1 to 10. Another respondent complained about the inconvenience and cost to consult a doctor. We realized that other youth tennis players were facing the same problem we were facing: time and money. That's where Revive comes in. Every day, we create a convenient and customized recovery routine for each customer that takes only 5 to 10 minutes to complete. This gives players with busy schedules a way to quickly and easily maintain their physical well-being. First, players sign up to the mailing list on our website. Then we send a survey where players choose any specific body parts that they would like to focus on in their stretching routine. Once the content of that form has been registered, we send them a customized program with tennis-specific stretches that are geared toward their chosen muscle group, while also stretching out other affected body parts from playing. If a user doesn't have any particular areas of soreness or fatigue, we send them a generic stretching routine targeting the main body parts exercised playing tennis. With Revive, recovery is all in one place and easy to follow. We're looking to build a future where busy competitive tennis players like ourselves can always play at their best and prevent injury without having to pay for an expensive physiotherapist or tediously searching through a multitude of YouTube videos.
Our target market is competitive tennis players. Although it seems specific, it targets around 90 million people. After launching on August 1st, we currently have 300 visits on our website and 12 subscribers. This shows that there's a customer base for our product and there are people interested in it. We are also currently in talks with 2 clubs in New Jersey, East Brunswick Racket Club and Brunswick Hills Tennis Center, so we hope to partner up with them quite soon.
At the moment, our service is free, but we plan on making a subscription-based service in the future. Our future subscription model will have our customers pay a fee of $9.99 per month to use our product, which can be canceled at any time. If not canceled, our subscription will keep running using a pre-authorized credit card or checking account. Our service will be monetized using PayPal, since PayPal is the largest online payment system with around 400 million users. As a result of PayPal fees, we will receive $9.16 per purchase. Since it doesn't require money to create our recovery routines, only time, we will receive a profit of $9.60 per purchase as well. We plan on using the revenue generated to sponsor competitive tennis players in the future and also to use it to increase the number of email recipients we can target since we are currently using MailChimp. Our business model focuses on customer retention instead of customer acquisition, as we want competitive tennis players to continue to use our product and incorporate it into their daily lives. Once we achieve a specific number of customers, our current vision being around 1,000, we plan on reaching out to other companies such as Wilson, Head, and Universal Tennis for partnerships. Our current goal is to generate as much attention as we can get around our product in order to gain a strong customer base who really depend on Revive. A subscription fee is also very compatible with our email and newsletter format, and it aligns with our end goals of creating an app. To further dive into our business, I'm now going to talk about our market. Our total addressable market would be the entirety of the global tennis industry. It was calculated using the bottom-up method. To go into this a little bit, we used our average sales, which is $9.99, and multiplied it by our current number of subscribers, which is 12, giving an annual contract value, which I will be referencing as an ACV, of $119.88. We then multiplied our ACV by our total potential customers, 87 million people, to get a total addressable market of $10.4 billion. Next, I will talk about our service addressable market. The service addressable market is a more realistic measure of the industry we can target, which takes in a variety of factors. Our service addressable market was calculated by taking into account the geographical constraints and demographical constraints of our total accessible market and multiplying it by our ACV. Our target market is high school competitive tennis players, and right now we are only focused in America. So as a result of that, we would have around 350,000 users, which multiplied by our ACV would give us our service addressable market of $41.96 million. Our service obtainable market is the subset of our service addressable market that we can realistically get to use our product. Combining the fact that we are an online and multi-device organization with the information given by our subscribers, we calculated this. We reported that 67% of our subscribers opened the email we sent with our recovery routine. And if we apply this trend to our SAM, we would get the service obtainable market of $27.99 million.
When it comes to competitive tennis, there is no effective tool that aims to assist tennis players to recover. There are similar apps like Recover Athletics and Sweat, but no competitor specifically targets tennis players in their recovery. Other examples include Rehabilitation for Lower Limbs and iMuscle2. An app such as Rehabilitation for Lower Limbs solely focuses on recovery for your lower body, and it works fundamentally different from our website soon-to-be app. It connects physiotherapists to clients rather than providing recovery exercises. This is very time-consuming, not to mention how much it costs to get in touch with the trainer on this app. Revive eliminates both of these issues, while still providing effective stretches to prevent soreness and injury. An app such as iMuscle2 is a workout app with a built-in recovery feature at the end of each workout. However, the recovery feature on this app does not specifically focus on muscle groups used in tennis. This leads to some exercises being focused on a muscle group rarely used in the sport, and too little focus on a muscle group that is constantly worn down from playing. Because this recovery feature is simply for workouts in general, tennis players would not get much help from the recovery exercises provided by a service that does not specifically focus on tennis. As tennis players ourselves, we have experienced, just like many of our fellow athletes, that there aren't any resources as convenient or effective as Revive.
Our long-term plan for growth is to continue reaching out to local tennis clubs, as well as continuing to reach out to competitive tennis players and organizations such as Universal Tennis, also known as UTR, in order to expose them to our service and hopefully get more people to subscribe. We are also going to continue to grow our social medias on Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn, as well as reach out to professionals in the sports recovery industry, such as physiotherapists and sports medicine doctors. This will help us improve the quality of our content and also make it more credible. In the next 2 months, we plan on building an app to make it a more convenient user base. This will help us make signing up to receive our recovery exercises easier, and it will also give us the access to more features such as 3D models to guide the user when performing more difficult stretches. Thank you so much, Chelsea and Shreya, for your time. We'd appreciate any questions and feedback you have.
Awesome job, guys. Shreya, Chelsea, I'll leave it to you guys to start the Q&A, 5 minutes each, and I've started my timer.
I can start since I've been going. Great, thanks so much. I'll just start with some questions and feedback. My first question, I guess my first point of feedback is that I would have loved to see the problem from the beginning be a little bit clear, which for me was lack of recovery equals injury. So I would want to see that more clear from the beginning instead of all of the other things that you said. And I would take off that question mark phrase at the beginning of the slide. Really what the problem is, tennis players don't prioritize recovery and therefore get injured more or something like that. One problem I see in the future is that people will use this app for a couple months and they will memorize or download whatever the exercises are, and then they will stop subscribing because they will get into some sort of routine and not need the app anymore. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on, this be constant new exercises every month? Like, what value are you adding so that they stay on the app rather than just using it, learning it, and then getting off of it? So that would be my first question. Would love to hear in terms of your B2B strategy. So going to these associations or these physical therapists, do you have a different pricing model? One suggestion is maybe you could offer some sort of referral fee to physical therapists. And then if you're going to go the B2B route, like they're going to offer this as a service to their customers or members or whatever it is, some sort of bulk pricing option to them. And I think my last comment is, would love to see the credentials. So either have a PT as part of your founding group or someone on your advisory board, or really highlight how the credibility of these exercises is behind the material you're offering on your service.
Yeah, okay. So to answer your first question, which, correct me if I was wrong, was about like, why would they keep using our app? So to answer that, yes, we are going to have like constantly new like recovery routines every single month. Yeah, right now we have a database of all the exercises that we're planning on using. So we're going to alternate between that, and we're going to create basically new recovery routines every month. So that would eliminate like that problem mainly. As for referral of physiotherapists, that was something that we had in mind for the future, maybe, but we feel like our alternative is like a step a little bit before a physiotherapist. So yeah, we're considering that, but we don't really have a business model as to say for that right now.
And I guess just for like the tennis associations, that was one of your main customers. So that's a B2C in terms of B2B in terms of going to that association to sell the product, and then they either sell it or give it to their members. Have you thought about what the pricing would look like for the association versus just the customer that I think was $9.99 a month?
For the association, we haven't put too much thought in because right now we're just starting to reach out for these clubs. Like, for example, as we mentioned, we reached out to EBRC, which is a racket club in New Jersey, and Brunswick Hills Tennis Center, which is also another racket club. And as of right now, what we're doing, they're basically just giving our platform, like promoting it to like the people at the club. So we don't really have like that. We have a business model for that per se.
Yeah, we're starting small initially with these smaller local clubs. And then once we get some sort of traction with them, we're thinking about reaching out to like the main organizations of tennis, like the bigger ones.
So are those clubs buying it from you and giving it to their members, or are they just telling their members about it, that it exists?
Yeah, we're still working that out with them, but yeah, we just plan on getting them to spread the word about our product because the members of those clubs are like our exact customer personas. We're just using that to spread the word and hopefully get more subscribers from that.
Yeah, because I'm like a member at both of those clubs, they said that they would be interested in just like promoting my business because I go to those clubs quite frequently. So yeah.
Did they ever give you a sense of a willingness to pay for that type of product if you weren't a member? That's something I would ask them is, would you pay for this and offer it as a service to your member? Because that's going to be hard to scale if you don't belong to all of the clubs in the US, for example.
Yeah, when it comes to other clubs, I think we haven't really thought about it, but we would have to probably pay them like a certain like portion of our subscription to them. Like for every sub they give us, we'd probably have to give them like a certain percent. But yeah, we haven't really thought about that yet.
I'm just being cognizant of time. Shreya, if you have your questions, now would be the perfect time.
Yeah, awesome. So great job, team. I think I really like the fact that this idea is something that you're experiencing yourself and you're solving your own problem. I do have a lot of the same concerns that Chelsea mentioned, though, because if you're giving people a PDF or a list of exercises, they can just screenshot, download, save, and then not feel like there's anything locking them into a subscription. So I thought it was really great when you were answering one of her questions and said that this is the step before the physiotherapist. Have you thought about positioning this as like, we're a cheaper and more accessible way to get less hands-on like physiotherapy and recovery support before you need or can afford somebody that's more expensive and time consuming?
Yeah, I guess like that's a part of our big idea of our pitch, is that like we're an organization that's like more accessible and like quicker and like less expensive than going to a physiotherapist. I guess we didn't stress it enough, but that was like one of our main points. So yeah, I think definitely that we are the step before the physiotherapist, because as physiotherapists handle like bigger injuries, for example, but we're there to prevent those injuries from ever really happening. So yeah, if that answers your question.
Yeah, I think a couple of things to look into. Look at all of the competitors who are in other industries. So like BetterHelp is saying, instead of paying X amount for an individual hourly therapist, you're going to get cheaper resources that are like some of what they would otherwise give you. And we have this network of providers. So if that's going to be the long-term play, you actually definitely do have to build that into the business model. So one other red flag I heard was when you were just like, oh, it just takes time. So then that doesn't cost anything. Time definitely costs something at scale. So ask yourself, like, okay, how many physiotherapists and coaches do we need on the platform? What are they doing on a recurring basis that's really hands-on? How much does their time cost per hour? How do we build that into the business model of how much we need to charge people? How did you arrive at this $10 number per month?
So we arrived at a fee of $10 a month, basically by looking a little bit into our competition. Like, for example, like some of the apps we mentioned, like iMuscle2, for example, they had a fee of, for example, like $7.99. And we charged a little bit higher because we're more focused on a specific niche. Like, for example, an app like that would have similar like resources, but we're like specific to tennis instead of like how they're just like completely broad. And all of our recovery exercises and like all of the work like that we have is specific for tennis players. For example, like tennis injuries, like tennis elbow, for example, we have exercises for that. So it's more specific. Is why we charge like that amount of money.
Okay, cool. So it sounds like you just approximated. I would definitely recommend, because you've started with a free product, you're going to learn so much more when you charge people even a small amount. So I would recommend charging sooner rather than later. It'll make it much harder to get customers, but each customer you get, you will learn a lot more from it. And so try to charge them and see if anyone's going to pay. And then if they won't, you'll learn more from that uphill battle of figuring out what will they pay for and iteratively getting like closer and closer to something that people will pay for. So another question that I was curious about is, for the competitors, even though they are general, they're not focused on tennis or any of them. Oh yeah, we're at time.
I'm so sorry, Shreya. We're just at time.
Any of them are like super successful, so that you can look at their business model and kind of work backwards from it. But great job.
I was just going to say, thank you guys so much for presenting both all the teams that came up, Revival, Cup of Cozy, PayBridge Tech, and AP Study Buddy. Before we leave for session 3, Shreya, Chelsea, I wanted to thank you guys so much for sharing your time with us, especially sharing your wisdom with us. So you guys provided a lot of valuable feedback, and I wanted to leave one last question to you guys. If you guys were back in the shoes of our young entrepreneurs here, is there a piece of advice that you think would be very impactful to listen, digest, and apply at this age right now? Something really short, and then we'll go into our 5-minute break and reconvene at 3 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, I mean, something I wish I had done earlier in my life was start investing earlier on. It's great you all are taking risks and coming up with all of these businesses. It's super cool. I would encourage you all to get really good at budgeting in the next few years of your life, and any extra money that you can put aside into a Roth account or any sort of investment vehicle, I would do it early, because it will really help you move forward. Even $50 a month when you're 18 years old, it will go a long way. So super impressed by all the work and encourage you all to start building your wealth early on.
Awesome. And I think Warren Buffett says compound interest is like one of the great wonders of the world. So that's fantastic advice. And then Shreya?
Yeah, two big ones. So I love that everyone's building. So keep building and make sure that you're making real revenue. Like I said, for this last one, when you charge people for anything, it teaches you so much. The very first time that I charged people, I way undercharged them for the product that I was building, but I learned a ton from that experience. And then the second one is would definitely recommend reach out to people who you admire and mentors and people who are saying interesting things on podcasts, cold through like Twitter, LinkedIn. Don't feel like you need warm intros to everybody. Just ask them questions but don't get discouraged if they don't respond. People are super busy. You might get 5% response rate, but if you send hundreds, you'll connect with all of these really smart people long term. So definitely reach out and learn from people.
That is amazing advice. Thank you so much, Shreya and Chelsea, once again. One last thing I'll ask is if the students want to keep up with all the cool things you guys are currently working on, is there something you'd like to plug for yourselves right now for our students?
Yes, welcome to follow me on LinkedIn. It's Chelsea Burns. I can put my LinkedIn profile here in the chat.
They all have your LinkedIn profiles. Don't worry. We took it one step further and just said research the judges before you guys get Q&A feedback.
Great.
And
well, feel free to connect with me anytime.
Awesome. And they definitely will. Some of the keenest teenagers I've ever had the pleasure of working with. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to, judges, feel free to enjoy the rest of your day. We have 4 minutes. Everyone reconvene in 3 minutes. I think that might be too short of a break, but it is what it is. And we'll continue with session 3 with Quest, Elaine, Pivot Analytics, Earn Earnestly, and Array Candles. All right, see you guys in 3 minutes.
Thanks so much for having us. Bye.
From Colorado, but I'm usually based in Los Angeles and grew up in Toronto. So it's nice to see some Canadians here as well. And I am the founder and CEO of a company called Eve Wealth, and we help women and non-binary folks get invested in Web3, both angel investments and in protocols. So teaching how to do your own research. Excited to be here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Oliver. I'm based in Austin, Texas at the moment, and I guess I come from a pretty diverse background. I used to be the CEO of a company in London, and since moving on from there, I've spent my time advising and investing startups across the world. So I've got some investments in Europe, some in Japan, a lot in the US because it's the best place in the world. That's probably what I've been doing for the last 2+ years of my life.
Thank you so much for those wonderful intros. Quest will do their intros once they start presenting. Just as a quick reminder of the format, each team will have 10 minutes for a presentation, and then the judges will have 5 minutes each for Q&A and feedback. The way that it worked last time was I'll just give each of you guys 5 minutes to segregate your questions. Usually we have time for 1 or 2 questions, depending on how fast you can get them out, and then 5 minutes, and then you can split that time also providing feedback. Other than that, I think we're all set. Quest, are you guys all ready? Just give me a thumbs up. Feel free to share your screens and let's get rocking and rolling.
Do I start?
Yeah.
Hello, investors. Today, you are all going on an adventure. However, there's a twist. This adventure will be free of hours spent looking for a place that's near you, fun, and in your price range. Now, how might you achieve this? Through Quest, a website and soon-to-be app that curates personalized adventures for customers based on a 5-minute survey asking how much they're willing to spend and travel. So at Quest, we aim to solve all the problems that arise from making plans and be the leaders of innovation in this ever-growing market. The team at Quest released a survey asking what teenagers struggle with when making plans and found the following from 100 responses. First off, almost half of our surveyors struggle with indecisiveness when making the plan, and 77% of the people we surveyed said they're willing to use a service like ours.
So how do we simplify the process of deciding? Starting in the LA area, we had an entire day planned for people, including dinner reservations, travel times, and picture-taking spots. You no longer have to worry about what's fun around you because we've got you covered. Secondly, you choose the budget that you want to spend. Whether that's from nothing to spending tens of thousands of dollars a night, we've got you covered. And lastly, we ask the customers when they're free and curate the quest according to their schedule.
Judges, first up on this adventure, we bring you our minimum viable product. We used the data from our customer research and created an adventure quiz that included questions such as, what kind of adventure do you want to experience? How much are you willing to spend? And do you prefer a more crowded or intimate place? These types of questions allow us to curate the best adventure possible as they are all catered to our customers' needs. In addition, we built a simple landing page where users would go to access our survey, and from that point on, our MVP was up and running. When a customer fills out the survey, the team at Quest works hard to curate the best experience for our customers. We essentially create an itinerary for their adventure, listing out each activity that they would complete. We add fun, personalized headings and decorations that aesthetically match the theme of the Hangout, and we even leave recommendations for food and activities, such as which meal they should order to further eliminate the hassle of decision-making. Additionally, to enhance the customer's experience, we make sure to include the opening and closing times of the shops. After every adventure is completed, each customer will receive a feedback form that will allow the team at Quest to better our services. As we continue to obtain more and more customers, our MVP will change and be more refined. Next on this adventure, we will be touring Fun at Quest's business model and its expected economics. As we're still in the early stages of our startup, the way we currently monetize is through tip collection after our customers have completed their quest. So how does this work? First, a feedback form is sent out to the customer and they rate us. At the end, there is a link to our PayPal where customers will be able to choose how much they'd like to tip for our services. Our most recent tip was paid by Salman, who did a tour with us. He had 2 personalized quests and was satisfied. Users are free to choose however much they want to tip. Once we get to the point where we get enough recurring tipping customers, we plan to charge $4.99 per quest with 1 free quest per month in a subscription model. Additionally, in the future, we'd like to charge restaurants for customers we bring in and try to make our services free to the consumers.
Our next stop is our market. Judges, our total addressable market, which is the total market demand for our service, is essentially those in the total US population within our target age group of the ages of 17 to 30 that could pay for our service. Our serviceable addressable market, which is a segment of the TAM that is available within our geographical reach, would be the teenagers in the LA area that could pay for our service. And our serviceable obtainable market, which is the portion of the serviceable addressable market that we can capture, we addressed how many people in our team can serve and convince customers while having repeat customers. We then went on to multiply the LA teen population by a conversion rate of 3%, as we have been able to get around 1 customer response per 30 direct messages on Instagram. This calculation gave us an obtainable customer population of 26,000 people, and we multiplied this by a service fee of $4.99 to give us a SOM value of $133,000. Therefore, by targeting the city of Los Angeles, we are able to attain a large customer base, and this number will only continue to grow as we expand into other locations in the US and further.
Next up on your adventure, we bring you competitors and differentiation. When our team looked into the current competitors we would be facing in the market, we found 3 main companies. The first one of these is an app called The Nudge. The Nudge sends their customers pre-made adventures which may be too far from where they live, and the customers don't really have a say in what they want their adventure to be. These adventures are generic and don't solve any problems. Another competitor we found was Eventbrite, which is an event planning service that alerts customers what events are happening in their area. Users go on there to see what shows are happening and what performers are near them. It's mainly limited to live events. Lastly, there's Airbnb, which is a service that hosts adventures for tourists in certain areas. While this is convenient for those on vacation, it's only catered toward tourists. So looking at these competitors, what makes Quest different? First off, Quest plans out the entire day and eliminates the need for decision-making. With the Nudge and Eventbrite, there are still so many options that it doesn't really solve the problem of indecisiveness. And with Airbnb, as I mentioned earlier, their target market is only tourists, whereas Quest is meant for tourists as well as teenagers looking to hang out. Next, each and every adventure that Quest curates is personalized and unique. They are catered to your needs, such as the amount you want to spend, where you're located, the amount you're willing to drive, and more. In comparison, the Nudge makes you select such a huge area that a majority of the quests that they suggest end up being too far. And lastly, we want to tap into the markets that the Nudge hasn't tapped into. This industry is so big, and the Nudge has validated our idea for us, and now it's our turn to pick up their slack.
The next stop on your tour is marketing. We're thriving because of our marketing and reach people through our social media channels. As of right now, one of our main focuses is Instagram. We put up posts that explain our products, and we started posting some of the tours we previously created for our customers and showcasing the experiences we've given them. Additionally, we started cold DMing people that interact with LA travel pages and are getting about 1 response per 30 DMs. We're also trying to collaborate with city Instagram pages in the future by curating quests specifically within these cities and tagging them in our Instagram posts so that they can give us a shout out on their social media. Lastly, we want to start creating a presence on TikTok. By posting daily about the things we do using trends and viral sounds, we feel as if it will make Questy more fun and help bring in lots of loyal customers as they feel as if they're part of the team.
Transitioning into our traction, through our marketing tactics, we have had 8 customers in less than 2 weeks that have claimed to love our service, and some of these customers have even reposted us. On our Instagram page, because of our consistent posting, we have reached 219 potential customers within the past month. Furthermore, on our Instagram, we have had 93 content interactions and have engaged with 33 accounts. After more experiments and iteration with our customers, we plan on using this feedback to better our product for the mainstream market so that we can increase our sales.
We are now nearing the end of this adventure, and we want to discuss our team's long-term plan for growth. We have 4 major goals we want to accomplish. First, we want to expand geographically into every region of the United States and as well as Canada. We are currently focusing on the LA region since 2 of our members reside there, but we'd like to move to areas such as Flower Mound in Texas, Connecticut, Raylene in North Carolina, and Ontario. Secondly, we want to develop our app and incorporate a social media aspect to our services. We want our app to be used to encourage interaction and to get friends and family together. And we also want to introduce an ambassador program that would not only strengthen our bond with our customers, but also help us bring fresh faces to represent our brand. Third, we want to focus on increasing our conversion rate from 5% to, we want to increase our 5% to the amount of customers each friend brings with them a year. Lastly, we want to start profiting out the places we recommend. We believe that we provide lots of value not only to our customers, but also the places of business in which we suggest them. We believe that by charging these places of business, we would be able to add a huge income stream.
Finally, our last stop, meet the team. The co-founders at Quest consist of myself, Katharina, Justin, Ananya, Hazel, Ben, and Elizabeth. Our team has created individual startups, and now we are really excited to come together and build something bigger. And this concludes our adventure today. We hope you had fun. Our ask for you is for feedback on our business model, and we now open the floor to any questions. Thank you.
Good job, guys. I'm going to pass it over to the judges, Elena or Oliver, whoever wants to start first. You'll have 5 minutes. I'll let you know when the timer kind of runs out.
Sure. Thanks, everyone. What an incredible pitch. I love the energy. It was incredibly great introduction and opener, the really high enthusiasm. So it got me excited and paying attention and taking a lot of notes. I really liked how you also brought up a few of the competitors, and I'd love to ask that as my first question. As you think of the market in LA, I don't know if you have a slide on this or shared it earlier. What do you think is going to be the hardest challenge in terms of other competitors in the space?
Justin, would you like to answer that?
Sure, yeah. So regarding the competitors, I think the main thing is just getting our product out there and having our service being used by many people in LA, because there's so many businesses and so many different things to do in Los Angeles. And what these competitors are doing is they have a large traction compared to us. But what makes us different is that we have this personalization incorporated into our adventures. And I think that's something that really makes us stand out. So I think if we're able to market this well and get our service really out there, then we can have a really good competitive edge over our competitors.
And how do you think you could benefit from more viral marketing? Marketing can be pretty expensive when you're doing paid marketing. What do you think helps make what you're up to viral and maybe spread more organically?
Yeah, like we were talking about, TikTok is going to be a very large platform that we're using. And that's essentially, there are paid ads on TikTok, but what our strategy consists of is using free traction and I guess natural growth for a company on TikTok. And there's so many viral different trends and different posts regarding on new and up and coming places to visit in the LA area. And literally every area around, you can find TikTok posts regarding those. So I think TikTok will be a really good platform for us to grow.
And what has been your traction to date so far on TikTok? Do you have any good examples of like different videos and things that have performed well for you all, and what your followership looks like?
We actually just started a TikTok account, I think around 2 days ago, but our first video, I think gotten around 350 views, give or take, but we're gonna post, I think, another 3 TikToks today, and we'll just see our progress from then.
Awesome. And could you go back to your ask slide again? What do you feel like you need to grow, and what would you be trying to accomplish with that ask?
Which slide? Is it this one? Oh.
The one on if you were going to need resources, or when you're thinking about like an ask for your investors, what are you asking for, and what will that help you achieve?
We just have to ask in our minds. So is it okay if we just ask them?
Yeah, I would love to hear. Yeah, for sure.
We just wanted to ask investors for an investment into marketing, because we know that the way that our mission is going to succeed is through marketing, and we want to take that capital and to actually create an app. Have you guys heard of the app BeReal? It's this new social media app that pretty much came out of nowhere, and they've gone viral through the word of mouth. And BeReal kind of encourages spontaneous activity, and we believe that the app we want to create is very similar to something like that. And we believe that if we create something very similar to BeReal, then we'd be able to get a lot more traction and a lot more new customers.
So BeReal has received $30 million in funding so far, which is an amazing feat for them, which is really awesome. What do you think would be the first amount of money you would need for maybe some like marketing tests to get some traction, maybe grow your TikTok or confirm some first experiences that would then help you get some traction to then one day raise the 30 million you guys need for the tech?
I think initially probably maybe just around $5,000 to $6,000, and all this money is just going to be used for influencer marketing on TikTok, on Instagram, because we believe that's where most teenagers see like the content, and because that's our target demographic, this is the best way to just get as many new customers as possible.
Awesome. I think I'm out of time, so thank you for.
So sorry.
Yeah, that was awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Oliver, the floor is yours.
Can you just describe to me a little bit more about who you view your key clients being? Like, what need are they coming to you to try and have addressed?
Liz, would you like to elaborate on that?
So our target audience, is that what you're asking, who we're targeting? Okay.
Yeah. Are these like locals? Are these tourists? Are these?
We're targeting both tourists and locals, people that just want to hang out. They're indecisive on where to go for dates, business meetings, etc.
Okay. So these are, I think you said the age range is 17 to 30. I'm happy to.
Oh, it's 13 to 17. Like mostly teenagers that either ask their parents for rides, or they just ask their friends for rides, or they just give themselves rides.
Okay. So it's actually 13 to 17. I thought I was going to be young there for a second. Okay, so these are individuals who are teenagers who are looking for places to hang out in their local areas, etc. And then how did you establish your market sizing of 346 million?
Do you want to pull up the appendix?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, so essentially for our total addressable market, what we did is we divided our target age group gap and had the average age range for the teenagers, which is 17. We multiplied this by the average life expectancy in the US, which is around 80 years. Then we multiplied this number by the total US population of 330 million people and multiplied this by our service fee, which would be $400.99. And that brought us to $346 million. And then for our SAM, the serviceable addressable market, basically what we had is the estimated teenager population in Los Angeles, and we estimated this to be around 800,000 people. And then we just multiplied this by our service fee of $499 to get our value.
So you don't know how much is currently spent on this service in the US as it is. What classification or what sector would you put your service into?
Are you regarding the serviceable obtainable market, or
just as a whole? Would you consider this to be a travel app? Is this a social media app? Or so I guess what I'm trying to know is in the entirety of the US, how much money do people spend as a whole on trying to decide where they should go next?
Okay, so we don't have the information regarding how many people would want to use that service, but this is what we've estimated. Is
Yeah.
that what? Yeah.
No, so the reason why I ask is because, yes, I'm supposed to be doing feedback as well, I hope, is my assumption is that the total addressable market is significantly higher than 346 million. If you think about what's the US population at the moment, 360, 380 million, somewhere in that ballpark. What you're saying actually is that it's less than $1 a person in all of the US, and they're not all users, but would be willing to spend money on these sort of services. And there's a lot of services out there, which means it makes it seem to me like the market's either too crowded or actually people are spending significantly more money on trying to determine what they're going to do next through Google searches, through Event, through Nudge, through all these other platforms. So you actually might be looking at a significantly larger market than what you guys have calculated. But this is just my assumption.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
And then, yeah, how do you actually find out what the activities are? How do you source these sort of things? These quests,
So,
how are they built?
yes, I guess the mission that we have that sets us apart from our competitors is we're finding different places and activities to do that are more underground and less well known, some businesses that are up and coming. And TikTok, we found that to be a very good platform. And lots of local businesses and areas, different things to do in LA. These are popping up all over TikTok. There's different trends where we can find these activities. And essentially, this will help us a lot in the long run as we're expanding to other places that we may not physically be in. So we can also use TikTok as a platform to find different areas. So like, for example, Arizona, we don't have anyone living in Arizona, but we could use TikTok to find activities.
Amazing. I think I'm out of time, but fantastic presentation. Thank you so much.
Awesome work, Quest. I had a pleasure using your service when I was in California. You guys are absolutely crushing it. I'm gonna now, unfortunately, have to demote you guys back to attendees and bring up Elaine. So Enzo, Eva, Jeff, if you're on Team Elaine, can you, oh, there we go. I see London, I see Alex. Team Elaine, am I missing anyone?
Let me check. I think we're good.
Awesome. So before we just get started, and as I'm kicking off Team Quest, can you guys quickly just do a quick introduction of where you guys are calling in from? And London, if you can turn on your camera, that'd be also awesome.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the script to the side next to that.
Understandable.
Okay, yeah, I'm Eva. I'm a rising senior and I'm calling from Colorado.
I'm Alex. I'm a rising freshman and I'm calling in from California.
I'm Jeffrey and I'm a rising junior and I'm also calling in from California.
Hi, I'm Enzo. I'm a rising sophomore and I'm also calling in from California.
Hi, I'm London. I'm a rising junior, currently in Tennessee.
Awesome. Do you guys mind sharing your screens or putting your slide deck up? And whenever you're ready, just start. I have my timer ready. And as soon as you guys start with your intro, I will start the timer.
Sounds good. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Great. Elaine, premium care with a flair. Wake up at 6 a.m., go to work, go to sleep, cook a few meals in between, and do it all over again. All of this just for 2 days of relaxation a week. Your body is tired, your mind is tired, and face masks just aren't cutting it anymore. Unfortunately, making time for self-care is a common and ongoing struggle that many people face, but especially women. Studies show that only 32% of women consistently make time for self-care. However, avoiding self-care will result in severe burnout. And it can feel like we're trapped in this vicious cycle of not having enough time for self-care because we're always working is leading to burnout, and burnout is compromising the quality of our work. This issue has been an ongoing struggle and hasn't been solved yet because in order to have the most effective self-care routine, we must incorporate 6 forms of self-care: physical, psychological, emotional, spiritual, relational, and professional. Figuring out how to incorporate all 6 of these forms can be incredibly difficult and time-consuming. Therefore, people usually just resort to things like bath bombs, which, although those meet the physical need, it still ignores the other 5. So our solution is to deliver all 6 forms straight to your doorstep using a monthly subscription box.
So what is Elaine? Elaine is a monthly self-care subscription box that incorporates all 6 forms of self-care with 1 item per each. For this month's box, we're focused on bringing our customers a small sample of what we can offer in the coming months. We understand that everyone's self-care needs are different. Our boxes allow customers to explore what kind of self-care works for them and what doesn't, and that's what makes us so premium. Each month, we provide different items than the last month. In this month's box, we have premium face masks, high quality journals and prompts, a handwritten empowerment note from our team to give our customers a boost of confidence, low maintenance plans to give our customers a spiritual experience, and finally, a monthly calendar. Inside, we provide the customer with 12 sheets to help better their relationships with others and their professional life. This calendar is for professional and relational self-care.
Now, with any solution, it's important to analyze the market size as it'll help with the development and niching of a product. Our total addressable market is the self-care industry. This is clearly a profitable market as it's worth $450 billion. Now, we could target anyone who's interested in self-care. However, since our business model is subscription boxes, we want to target people who have busy schedules because everything in the box you can buy yourself if you have the time to do so. Now, the subscription box industry is worth about $10 billion, so still a very profitable market. And as mentioned before, the people most affected by this problem are females ages 18 to 35. We chose California as our location as most of our team members are based there and we're able to hand make and deliver our MVPs. After researching how many people fit this demographic and how many sales out of those people we could get, based on our current sales statistics, we found that this market is worth around $7 million.
Our target audience is females from the ages 18 to 35 who live in California. They have busy schedules and they have bought self-care before, but want to explore it deeper. One of the main pain points of this target audience is they feel rewarded for neglecting to care for themselves, but then face the consequences long-term. They feel rewarded because while ignoring their mental health, they're able to temporarily work for long periods of time. And obviously with working comes reward, but they face the consequences in the long term.
For our long-term vision, we would like to track people in all 6 forms of self-care through an app. Before we do that, we want to give our MVP time to build traction, as well as generate more money for the company. And at the rate we are currently going, we can imagine that will take around 2 months. With the increased amount of income, we plan to start incorporating higher quality products. Our MVP is currently the extreme bare minimum. For example, while a plant does meet the spiritual need, a yoga mat is much more effective. However, to start adding things such as the yoga mat, we need the funding to do. The box price will ultimately go up when we start adding higher quality products, so we'll also continuously make more money. And with the increased amount of funds, we're going to invest in high quality ads on TikTok and Instagram, which will ultimately help us gain traction for our business and a potential app. The app will be in development now and won't be released until later though. Our current business model is a monthly subscription service where we purchase products from Amazon, Walmart, Target, and other stores digitally. We then wait for the products to arrive and assemble them. We then hand deliver the products to people, and once we get more traction, we'll start to ship the products out to other states. We acknowledge that sourcing our products from these places is less sustainable in the long term, so in the future, we'll be partnering with other self-care brands. Array Candles has already reached out to us and we asked to partner with them. So that's just something we're definitely looking forward to in the future. Currently, we have made 5 sales, but we have more boxes being made for customers who have requested them.
One of the key aspects of any business is the cost of the product. For us, our subscription box is $25 a month. It costs us $17 to make, giving us an $8 or 32% profit margin. This is our price breakdown of what we spend our money on. As you can see, Elaine has a few competitors on the market right now, and the main ones being TheraBox, Let's Go Eco, and ChakraBox. However, none of them focus on the 6 types of self-care, instead resort to focusing on 1 or 2. In addition, all of our competitors blindfold you on what goes into each box, while we're transparent about our products. Here we have the in-depth comparison chart of our competitor overview. As you can see, Elaine excels in these 3 key categories.
Our box has great reviews from all of our customers. Some of our favorite items have our plants and journals, so we plan to incorporate similar items in the future.
This is our amazing team who put Elaine together. We believe that self-care shouldn't be a luxury. It should be convenient and accessible to all. Due to our individual strengths, we are the most qualified to further develop the startup as we have personal experience with family members who have struggled with self-care. We empathize with them deeply and understand their needs. So, let's start back from the beginning. Wake up at 6 a.m., go to work, go to sleep, cook a few meals in between, but this time, rather than doing it all over again, together, let's end this vicious cycle with Elaine. Thank you for your attention. Our ask today is for any feedback you may have, and now we'll also open the floor to any questions.
Done, Elaine. I know you guys can't see into the attendees, but I'm sure they're all giving you guys a standing ovation as well. I'm definitely debating on moving to California just so that you guys can ship me one of these boxes. I definitely resonated with the story despite not being the ICP. I'll pass it over to Elena or Oliver to just quickly go through Q&A as well as feedback. I'll set the timer whenever you guys are ready. Feel free to unmute yourselves and ask your questions and feedback. Not all at once. Elena, do you want to start us off?
Sure, happy to. Great job, guys. Again, really well practiced. I could tell you put a lot of effort into the presentation, the design, and the energy that you guys brought, and had thought through a lot of the different questions that might come up and presented that really well. So great job on that. Congratulations. My question for you guys, the one thing that really stands out for me is you mentioned that the problem statement is for these women who only 32% of them make time for self-care, which is like great statistics. I love that you put that in there. But how do you all resonate with that idea? How did you come up with this problem to solve? And why does it inspire you to solve it? Why do you guys think you're the best people to focus on that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So for our team all around, we have experience with family members. Like my mom, she's a businesswoman and she rarely makes time for self-care. And I know that's something I've seen her struggle with. So that's something that drove my passion, is just seeing or being surrounded by these powerful women my entire life and seeing that they're unable to make this time to really take care of themselves. So by providing them with the resources to do, it makes it much easier for them. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, definitely. I think I really love that insight. And maybe one thing you guys could consider too is how in the boxes you could use that insight to relate to your audience. So maybe your target is actually kids of parents who are really busy, and the boxes are ways for parents to take self-care and spend time with, their kids, for example. So just trying to think of ways that maybe you guys could connect what your real superpowers are and the unique insight that you have from your demographic and apply that into the idea, which would be really cool. Because sometimes it's really nice if you can relate with the target demo to think about what they might need. The other question I have is a lot of subscription boxes, to be honest, are usually pretty either free products or really low cost products. So oftentimes they've been partnerships with brands as a way of being like an advertising platform. So you guys mentioned things like higher weight products like yoga mats and things like that. How are you thinking about the margin as you start to move into shipping? And have you thought about where you would be sourcing the different products from?
Alex?
Sorry.
Yeah, so I guess like we can basically, so currently we just want to start like easy in California because 3 of us are here, but like we have is in a different area than us and Eva, so like we're hoping to get some sales first before we start like going out to those other places, because it's easy for Jeffrey, Enzo, and I to deliver products, even not even through mail. Like we could drive, because like it's not too much of a hassle for us, but we're kind of waiting for like more product, like more money to come in basically, so we can ship it out without having to deal with the costs.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, so we're planning on partnering with other self-care brands and stuff like that. For example, like Array Candles, they reached out to us and asked if we wanted to partner with them to put their candles in our boxes. So we plan on doing that with different self-care or just like health and wellness companies each month. Does that make sense?
Definitely. And then I didn't hear much about your current MVP and traction? Maybe just share a little bit about the experiments you've been running and how they've been going.
Oh, I can answer that question. So currently we delivered, I think, around 3 or 4 boxes. And so far we've been delivering it by hand to our friends and family, and they've all been super supportive and they really like their box. Does that answer your question?
It does, yeah. All right, thanks everyone. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Amazing. Sorry, are you done? I don't know if I should dive in. Can you take me to your financial slide again, just out of curiosity? Because I'm probably going to ask some similar questions that have already been asked.
Is it this one?
Yes. Yeah, perfect. So your cost at the moment is $17, and then you're selling it for $25. If you look at your competitor analysis slide, so at the moment you're competitive in part because you're significantly cheaper, which is why you're running at a 32% gross margin. As you change and purchase more luxurious products that aren't from Amazon and Walmart, you're going to cut into that gross margin. So is the intention there to increase your prices? And if so, how do you then stay competitive versus some of the others who do have a higher price?
I think we're generally, so our focus is to buy premium products and still stay with the 6 forms of self-care. So I think when we release our actual box with fully fledged products, we're going to be around the $40 range. So we'll be similar to our competitors around the price margin, but we will still excel in the amount of the forms of self-care.
Okay, so as soon as you start releasing more premium products, the competitive advantage shifts to the type of products that you have as opposed to purely the price. And are you looking to maintain that 32% margin, or is that going to go up or decrease?
I think we'll stay around that. It's just that I think our thought process is to make enough money that we can stay sustainable.
And then my next question is, like, all your competitors aren't doing all 6 forms of care. Do you think there's a reason for that? Do you think that potentially you can achieve 90% of the self-care you need with 4 different types of self-care, or with 5? Do you need all 6? Do you have any, I guess, thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can answer that. So when we did research, what we found is the reason a lot of self-care right now isn't working to, I guess, its full potential is because in order to have the most effective self-care routine, you must incorporate all 6 forms. And we think that our competitors haven't incorporated all these 6 forms is because they're a little bit more, they're niched on different things. So for example, TheraBox provides like spiritual needs. For example, they provide essential oils and things like that, things that'd be considered spiritual. Same for ChakraBox. And so I guess our competitors are a way of incorporating one of the 6 forms, but we incorporate all 6 forms, but are less specific with each form. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so if I was to reinterpret what you're saying is that your target clients who believe they're lacking in one area have other options, but there's a demographic of target clients who actually realize they need more holistic support, and that's your target demographic where you can actually supply them with all 6. Is that about right?
And self-care is it's different for everyone, and everyone has different self-care needs. So the goal of Elaine is to help these busy people explore what works for them, because they could use ChakraBox or they could use Let's Go Eco or the other boxes, but you won't necessarily know if that's exactly what you need. Whereas with Elaine, since we give you all 6 forms, okay, I need more of physical self-care. I need more of spiritual self-care. Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah. It leads to a different question for me, which is, I'm obviously not your target demographic here, but how much of your sales pitch is educating clients around the different forms of self-care? Do you think that's a necessity that could be a competitive advantage for you? or maybe a roadblocks that you need to overcome, because people don't realize there are 6 different self-care parameters.
Yeah, for sure. And in the future, we plan on incorporating maybe brochures or informational packets that talk about why each 6 form is important. However, since our target audience is people with busy schedules, for MVP, we decided not to do that because a lot of people, if they have these busy schedules, we've noticed that they don't really care like the reasoning behind it. They just want their problem fixed.
Yeah, amazing. A great pitch. Is really exciting to see. I also really like the statistics you put in very early on about having not only identified what the problem is, but the drivers of the problem and the impact it has is so important for crafting a solution, which is what you guys have here. So I think that was very great. Good. Thank you so much for sharing.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Team Elaine, you guys absolutely crushed your demo day pitch. I'm going to invite Pivot Analytics up onto the panel on the stage. I will unfortunately be demoting Elaine into the audience again, but it's not because your pitch, nothing related with your pitch. It's just we got to get Pivot Analytics up. Awesome. While we're doing this, as I'm bringing people up and out, Pivot Analytics, do you guys want to just quickly share where you guys are calling in from today?
I just realized my mic wasn't on. I'm calling in from New Jersey.
I'm from Austin, Texas. I'm calling in from New York City.
There are 2 Arianas right now, so I don't know which one to bring into. Ariana, do you mind just raising your hand so that I can bring you on to? Perfect. And John and Abdur. There we go. John, you might need to change your name. Perfect. I'll get your name for you. Don't worry. There you go. Awesome. You guys have the stage. Ariana, Abdur, John, just quickly. Oh my God, what are those glasses, Abdur? Those are baller. Okay, anyways, just quickly just introduce where you guys are calling in from and then share your screens. And whenever you guys are ready, I will start my timer.
I'm calling in from Oakville. It's near Toronto.
Yep. I'm calling in from Milton, Ontario. It's also near Toronto.
Jonathan. I have to use my phone as a webcam just because I don't have an actual webcam for this, but I'm calling in from California, South California in Orange County.
Feel free to start sharing your screens and begin presenting. I'll start the timer as soon as you begin.
Let me know if you can see the screen and everything.
Looks beautiful.
All right. We all good? All right. Good afternoon to everyone here today. My team and I are happy to present to you Pivot Analytics, a tech startup built to support micro-influencers on Twitter. With an advanced AI classifier to decipher your Twitter page, our team going in depth with this data and providing evidence-based insights on how to make your Twitter soar, Pivot's mission is to give these smaller creators the clarity they need to truly grow. Recently, the problem we've seen in social media platforms like Twitter for newer creators attempting to grow their platform is the sometimes confusion and struggle to understand what their target audiences desire. Personally, I wanted to connect it on Twitter. However, I didn't have success growing compared to other platforms. Even with the large market and resources, other influencers and I felt uncertain. We want to share our interests and passions with an audience, but we can't reach them. So we at Pivot are solving this painful problem so smaller creators can start to soar on their journey on Twitter.
Our ideal customer profile is a micro influencer with about 10,000 followers who's already achieved success on a different social media app, but when trying to grow on Twitter was hit with a roadblock. As you can see with Tucker, even though he has good content proven by his success on other platforms, he feels stuck and helpless. We want to make this transition smoother and let them know what their followers want to see and what content does. We've identified hundreds of thousands of these influencers and businesses that have this problem that we can sell to. For our current marketing strategy, we are doing the modern equivalent of door-to-door, DM to DM. As you can see from my Twitter DMs, we are diligent in our pursuit of customers. Because of this, we had our first 2 customers within days of launching. We want to make sure that we continue to have a personalized experience even as we scale. Our marketing team is also dedicated to our LinkedIn and Twitter. We are trying to grow our presence to gain trust from all of our potential customers. As you can see, we already have 50 followers on LinkedIn. We also use our personal connections and platforms to pitch our product to anyone and everyone we think could be interested in our product. This marketing strategy has let us stay personalized and in tune with all of our clients.
There's a common question asked: what do micro-influencers want? Currently, micro-influencers on Twitter are struggling with growing their engagement, gaining a larger audience. Another thing Twitter influencers struggle with is coming up with relevant ideas that also help them soar. So how do we solve their problems and needs? We provide our creators with Twitter growth strategies and personalized consultations that help them grow their engagement and audience. Not only do we provide our creators with advanced analytics that have in-depth data about their content, we also personally curate the advice to fit with their brand and image. With our product, we provide them with analytical yet understandable insights about their own account and audience, so they know what's working and what's not cutting it. Most analytics are complicated and difficult to understand. We make it easy for our influencers to apply our in-depth insights so they are truly useful for them. We give you the steps you need in order to soar above the rest and truly excel on Twitter. Moving on, here are the steps involved with the customer purchase. First, we process the customer's tweets using our AI, starting, as you can see in the upper left corner. After the AI neatly organizes the data into clusters of insights, we take a moment to analyze the findings. Once that's done, we further organize the data and insights to create a personalized growth strategy for the customer. Next, and depending on whether or not the customer bought the consultation or merely the product, we give an in-person 30-minute consultation. With a personalized growth strategy and consultation, the final step is for the customer to soar in engagement. Now, with the product discussed, let me explain the integral technology involved, the AI. First, we had to make the AI work well by spending countless hours putting data into the topics manually. In fact, we ended up writing 3,000 topics in that process. Now, because of this incredible work, we're able to create an AI with ludicrous variety, a key feature in finding out what topic a tweet is. Our AI not only has ludicrous variety, but also complexity, processed through a multi-tiered system, pulling 3 topics of varying specificity from a single line of text. To process the AI, we use a system to rank best topics the customer should write about. With our comprehensive, actionable product and our remarkable AI and processing system, we truly have an admirable product worthy for any influencer in need of help. And now that we've discussed the general process our business undergoes and the tech that makes it work, let's go more in depth into the final product. Our final product is a collection of insights in image form, along with a video for explanation. Additionally, the product includes the entirety of the collected data if the customer wants to go in depth. Now, let's play a quick video showcasing our product. Because of time constraints, don't worry about the individual insights as much as the general structure. Now, as you can see, we start with an overview. Next, we move on to the customer's current situation. Then we move on to specific insights regarding the most general topics. Here, we tell the customer how well their topics perform and how often they talk about them. We do the same for increasingly specific topics. Now, we also discuss other metrics, including length and sentiment. After this, we look at the same metrics for the customer's top performing tweets, which we call virality. Lastly, we offer growth strategies based on Twitter professionals, and we finish off with the conclusion of actionable tasks.
Here we have an example of what the consultation would look like. Members of our team will have a personalized discussion with our customers regarding their infographics of their Twitter page. Pivot stands out by providing unrivaled personalization and privacy while providing data in an easy and understandable way. Our personalized analytics are leagues ahead of competition, and after interviewing multiple influencers, they have yet to mention anything close. We also provide a personal consultation service, which was mentioned before, and this consultation gives us a personal edge that competitors don't offer. Privacy is also something that truly makes Pivot Analytics stand out. In comparison with literally every other competitor we have researched, our product does not utilize the Twitter API, meaning that we never use private information, no login necessary, just hand us your handle and let the magic happen.
We at Pivot Analytics currently have 2 sources of revenue. Our basic Twitter analysis service that is a one-time service cost of $19.99 that provides users with high-quality infographics that outlines their current audiences, what is and isn't successful for them, and the next steps on how to make their Twitter soar. In addition to this service, we also provide customers with our in-depth Twitter consultation service that is also a one-time service cost of $29.99. This provides our users with the same high-quality infographic alongside an in-depth consultation consultation that provides our customers with deeper advice and Twitter growth strategies to help them soar even further. As you can see from the chart here, we don't calculate human labor into our costs since our service is highly automated. We have a very high profit margin as it only costs 55 cents plus 3% to run our AI per unit sold, leaving us with a 97% profit margin. As of right now, we currently have sold 2 of our $19.99 service plans and 1 of our $29.99 service consultation, which has made us gain $66 in profit. Our overall business revenue profits are currently in an upward trend. As we are marketing Pivot more and more, we have many clients reached out to us with interest of purchasing our $29.99 consultation service. Now, you may be wondering, this is an absolutely sick product that I would love to use, but what is the future of all this? On August 2022, we launched our MVP after manually training our AI, writing over 1,000 tags for our classifier, and crafting our user-friendly website. In a month from now, on September 2022, we want to fully automate our process to make it more efficient. A month after that, on October 2022, we want to increase our lifetime value for our customers by adding a subscription model and increasing our service to 10 to bigger creators over 10,000 followers. And finally, on November 2022, we want to grow our Pivot family from 6 to 10 employees. With a growing Pivot family, we want to build from personalized analytics to business analytics, so micro businesses on social media can soar as well. So here is our Pivot family. We are a group of innovative teenagers who understand that having a platform on social media, especially Twitter, gives people an unfair advantage, which is why we want to help people gain their unfair advantage on Twitter easily and efficiently. We want to make the perfect team. We make the perfect team to execute this service and bring it to the market. We all have very unique and diverse skills that complement each other and that helps our business soar.
Pivot is looking for 2 things today. Firstly, your feedback on our startup and any questions or comments you may have. And secondly, but still vital, contacts in the creator space of Twitter who are looking to grow and who could potentially benefit from the tools Pivot provides. So let's soar together with Pivot Analytics. Thank you so much.
Awesome job, guys. Can't wait to restart my Twitter account and use Pivot Analytics.
Thank you.
Cool. I'll pass it over to the judges to quickly do their Q&A as well as their feedback. Oliver or Elena, do you guys want to do rock, paper, scissors to see who starts, or just one unmute yourself? It's a race. Oh, there we go.
I feel like we have a trend now. We'll just stick with it. I'll take the run to the beginning. And then Oliver has such a great follow-up, so I love it. I think we have a good thing going. Thank you all for the presentation. Love the black screen. It goes very much with like Web3 Twitter vibes, and it looks really great on your backgrounds. And Aiden, your podcast mic just makes you sound so compelling. I think you can just say anything, and I would be like, yes, whatever.
I appreciate it.
So yeah, I love the mic. But yeah, so I think my first question for you guys, I think this is a huge market for sure. It's definitely hard to make content. I've definitely experienced this myself. Hard to tell what's getting good engagement and manage the growth of audience. I am curious, I saw on your roadmap that you had a path for automation. Can you guys explain a little bit more? What does that automation plan look like for you all? And yeah, a bit more detail on what does increasing LTV and community mean for you?
So I'll handle the automation, other members might handle other parts of the future roadmap, but essentially to give you a quick overview of how our process works right now, which we went through already briefly, we basically use web scraping, which basically gets all the tweets from a user. That's done automatically. The AI itself, it's a one-step process. You just click process after adding the data. That's basically done automatically. But a lot of the more manual data is because we have a process where we're using Google Sheets, where we basically have to write down like data, copy and paste things in different areas to basically go through the process of going just from the classifications to actual recommendations. Additionally, we also have to make charts that we end up in our final visualization, which is done through the data itself, but is not an automatic process yet. So in terms of our automation, it's probably going to be by the next month, our automation goal is going to be to automate the Sheets process individually. So that instead of everything being 100% automated, it's simply a couple steps of simply going to the web scraper, going to the other data, and then just copying it into Sheets. Down the line, we're also planning on we're going to use other stuff in order to actually connect the things together with Zapier, for example, which could eventually make it so that everything is 100% automated except for the personal consultation. In terms of LTV, we could have someone else talk about that if they want.
Yeah, so for our lifetime value of our product, we only sell single service items, which makes our lifetime value very low as of right now. By incorporating a subscription service, it can allow micro influencers to come back to us so we can help their Twitter grow even more and to make sure that we gain more profits off of them and they can consistently keep on growing.
We actually have a very, sorry, I was gonna say we have a very, I'm gonna be super fast, but we have a very specific plan in terms of the LTV and in terms of keeping long-term partners. Because right now our product is mostly a one-time scan, but down the line, and we already have the idea in mind by using AWS tools, we're going to create a checker where after you run our initial scan, you can put in a draft tweet, and then based on that, our tool will tell you this tweet is very good and it's going to likely result in this much engagement or this much engagement. With that, we're going to have a subscription model. So that's part of how we're planning on having long-term engagement and a subscription service.
And then on your consultation, so it's $29. Is that for an hour or?
That's for 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Got it. That feels low to me for somebody's time, like to have a professional service person. So I'm curious how you guys thought about pricing.
Yeah, right now, the reason why we have it at $29.99 instead of a higher price is because right now we're focusing on getting customers. And additionally, for example, our last consultation we did with one client, Hannah, we got extremely valuable feedback. And I believe that if we have a much higher price on the consultation right now, we won't be able to get enough clients to be able to make sure that it's a solid product. So right now we're having it as a low price to get a lot of customers and get feedback. And then we can rise it once we're sure that we have the consultation down to a T.
Got it. I would love, and just some feedback on your deck, I'd love to see the team's social following. So you guys are the best first audience to prove out how to grow a really strong following. That'd be really cool. And I'd love to see some insights of what you all are seeing work. I have a few recommendations too of companies to check out that I think are interesting competitors or maybe good inspiration for you. I really love the idea. One is called Zealous App. What it does is it creates a feed of content, audio transcribed from Twitter Spaces. It also takes it from Discords, and then it creates just like one long feed that you can then direct your community towards and have them engage at different aspects of the content. So that way you can see what's resonating most with people within Twitter Spaces and within Discords, which announcement channels just get completely blown up. So that could be something cool to check out. I also really like this company called Copy AI, which is using OpenAI's like text generator tools, AI tools that maybe in the future could help you if you have enough of a data set around really effective tweets to figure out like certain formats and keywords that really drive conversion and engagement in Twitter.
Yeah, we actually have done. We actually have researched similar things. So right now there's a similar competitor. I believe the name is Tweet Hunter, and it's basically a tool for drafting tweets using AI, similar to Copy AI, which right now runs on the GPT-3 infrastructure, again by OpenAI. So what we're planning to do is either we're going to have a similar plan in mind for an automated drafting suggestion system, similar to what you said, and a tool for providing things. Alternatively, part of what we were considering doing was working with a company such as Tweet Hunter, with them providing the automation tools for drafting tweets, while we have more of a checking system to analyze how good a specific tweet is.
Also, I apologize.
Sorry, I just want to make sure that everyone gets a chance to ask questions. Oliver, if you want to, there's 4 minutes left of Q&A. If you want to maybe hijack the situation here, just don't want you to I feel like you have some questions as well.
I thought the questions were very good and there's some very good feedback there. I didn't want to stop.
Sorry, I didn't see the countdown. My bad.
No, you can keep going if you like.
Oh yeah.
What is the actual advice you're giving? Are you giving them topics to tweet about? Are you giving them the structure of the tweet to do? I know you showed some feedback that you went through.
Yes, would you like me to go back? I can actually go back to the slide for you, and I could have Abdur look over and discuss more in depth in the MVP.
Yeah, it's more just like, is this like topic based, or is this more structural based? Or is this
It's both actually. So we give them advice on if your tweets are too short and your best performing tweets are like maybe 15% longer. We give them character count. In terms of our topics, basically what we do is we look at which topics have performed best for them in the past, and we give them that combined with what's trending so they can figure out what will work for them the best in this moment. So obviously looking at the past and looking at the future will help you determine your present, right?
Yeah, to add on to that and to answer what you asked, every single graph we provide is personalized to the user. The text we provide is personalized to the user depending on whether it's, so at the very top you see an overview and meanings. Those are general data that are non-personalized. The graphs themselves are personalized, and all the suggestions and conclusion page are completely customized and personalized to the user.
Okay, and so you hand tagged a whole bunch of data, is that correct? Or did you have a data set you're working from to begin with?
Yeah, so
we hand tagged it.
Actually,
and
we use an existing database on Kaggle that has 1,000 different subreddits and the classifications associated with them. Then we took the data of the subreddit and we used a tagging system to make different tags. For example, like if a subreddit is like finance tips, for example, we could classify it as business and move it down to finance. So that's basically, what we did.
And then you also did a sentiment analysis of all the data, or is it just purely topic?
Actually, yeah. So the next part right here has sentiment. And if we go after the virality, we also look at the sentiment of the virality over here.
Amazing. Given this, that you've used open access data, you've done some hand tagging yourself, how do you stop a fast follower from overtaking you? Like, what's your competitive advantage?
Okay, I'll give this to Kohana, actually.
You asked for our competitive advantage. So
Yeah, like how would you define it?
So we stand out from other different competitors. Here we have Tweet Hunter and Tweetbee or Tweetfi. So we, as you can see in the chart, the private information is like number one. So they use a thing called Twitter API. And so that takes private information. And we only use public information. So like what they post on Twitter. And yeah, honestly, we differ a lot because we also give personalized consultations as mentioned before, and no other competitor does that. So I feel like
Sorry to cut in, but to answer your question, they basically taking the assumption that our competitors, based on all public data they have, try to do their best to copy our exact model. I think we're almost out of time, but essentially our difference is that even if they do try to build their own model, the highest topic model I've ever seen only has 21 topics, so they would have to go through scratch to do what we did with over 3,000 classifications. The multi-tiered system we made is totally in-house, and we don't share that privately, and that's actually something that hasn't been done. And then additionally, the privacy issue, web scraping, is something that not a lot of people have looked into, and we don't share our method of actually getting the data. So that's, again, another thing that they wouldn't be able to know just by looking at it, that they won't be able to copy us. And even if they do copy us in all those regards, we have the consultation and personalization along with automation and many long-term plans differing from what they might know right now.
Amazing. Very exciting space. Fantastic job.
Good job, Pivot Analytics. You guys absolutely crushed it. I'm going to, unfortunately, have to demote you guys back to attendees because another exciting team is about to start presenting. Earnestly, feel free to turn your cameras on.
Thank you so much, guys. Just wanted to.
Yeah, we really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you
so
much.
much.
Thank you for taking out the time. And giving amazing
great.
feedback and questions.
I liked how you guys were all wearing suits. Good job, guys.
Thank you.
While I'm demoting Pivot Analytics, would the Earn Earnestly team just quickly make a quick introduction? Just say where you guys are calling in from.
I am calling in from Wisconsin. I am in the largest county in Wisconsin. Not the largest city in Wisconsin, though.
My name's Rika. Oh, go ahead, Megan. All you.
Sorry, I'm calling in from Huntsville, Alabama.
My name's Ashvika, and I'm calling in from New Jersey. Just a quick sorry about my background. My computer really wasn't cooperating.
Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm calling in from Florida near Miami.
Awesome.
Hello,
You guys
Judge. I'm Sneha, and I'm calling in from Virginia.
Awesome. Do you guys mind starting your screen share? And whenever you guys feel like you're ready, just start presenting. I have my timer on here. Just as a reminder, 10 minutes for your presentation. There's a hard cutoff, and then 10 minutes for Q&A and feedback.
All right. Hey, everyone. We are Earn Earnestly, and we're here to help you get your shit done.
We have some amazing people on our team. Me, Ashwika, me, Christina, Ben, Megan, and Sneha. We each have our own respective roles we specialize in, and together we make our team work as well as it does.
Hi, I'm Ben, one of our founders. Procrastination has greatly affected my life, especially after a transition to virtual school during the pandemic. With much less structure to my schedule, I found myself putting deadlines off until the absolute last second. While I always complete a task by the deadline, The last minute cram resulted in a lot of stress. Procrastination not only increased my stress, but resulted in a loss of sleep as well.
Ben's story made us realize that procrastination is a significant problem. Procrastination leads to the loss of productivity and stress, which can cause a cycle of inefficiency. These are especially significant now because the daily workload has increased, so a lot of people find it harder to do their tasks on time or even at all. With these issues in mind, we became passionate about building a platform to better ourselves and become the motivation for others. Ben is not the only one struggling with these problems. We found some insights on our market that support the fact that our problem is a huge one in need of solving right now. 90% of college students procrastinate, 82% of people do not know how to properly manage their time, and 83% of people want to stop procrastinating, which means that they are ready to change and we are ready to support them in their efforts.
With all of this in mind, our problem statement is how might we motivate people to get their shit done? And introducing Earn Earnestly, the easiest way to increase productivity and lower procrastination.
We know that no one likes losing money, and here at Earn Earnestly, we've taken advantage of that in order to solve the age-old issue of procrastination. We've created a platform for procrastinators that provides rewards and puts the user's money on the line in order to motivate them to get their task done on time. Let's take a deeper look using me as an example. First, I go to our website and sign up. Earn Earnestly then sends me an email with all of the necessary information, including how to use its monetary motivation tool. With this tool, I log a task and enter a deadline, let's say to write my final essay by next Friday. Then I wager a sum of money, let's say $20 to finish the task. I then enter a goal gift card value that I want to aim, for instance, a $50 Amazon gift card. If I finish my essay by next Friday, the $20 I put on the line goes toward credit for my $50 Amazon gift card. Now I have to put a total of $30 on the line for my upcoming tasks in order to receive enough credit for my gift card. But if I don't finish my essay on time, then Earn Earnestly collects the money.
To enhance the Earn Earnestly experience and to hold our users accountable, we created an Earn Earnestly Discord community. This is where our users can share their progress, their successes, their failures. In particular, we use the progress channel to send daily reminders and check in with our users about their tasks. We also provide study tips and study calls in order to truly create a sense of community within Earn Earnestly.
After doing research on which demographic struggles the most with productivity problems, we found that our target market consists of young adults and our niche is 16 to 24-year-old high school and college students that have a heavy workload and, of course, struggle with the problems we mentioned earlier. There is an insane market for procrastinators. The total addressable market is about 66 million people, which is the portion of the US population that procrastinates. The serviceable addressable market is about 16 million people, accounting for all procrastinators in our target age range, which is 16 to 24 years old. The serviceable obtainable market is roughly 8,000 people in the scope of college students who procrastinate, and we feel we could reach with our existing marketing channels and website. The value of those in the sum is approximately $400,000.
Our overarching vision at Earn Earnestly is to help people become a better version of themselves. We want to continue to encourage productivity, reduce procrastination, and allow people to enjoy the feeling of freedom when they get their tasks done and earn a reward. And we also want to help them develop the lifelong skills of diligence and productivity, which are crucial in every aspect of life. And now let's take a look at our MVP, how we increase productivity and lower procrastination.
We decided to create a website that acts as the hub for all things Earn Earnestly. This is where customers sign up and learn more about the service. We made sure to prioritize a clean UI and emphasize our branding. For bringing Earn Earnestly to life, we used 4 main tools: Wix to create our website where users can get resources, Google Forms for our users to log tasks and input money, Gmail for contacting and providing information to our users, and Discord for building a versatile community that will hold each other accountable.
Now, let's talk about the money. Earn Earnestly uses a subscription-based model that charges $4 per month. With this subscription, customers gain exclusive access to channels in our Earn Earnestly Discord community that provides study tips, study room work together calls, and an accountability channel where we personally make sure that our users are getting their shit done on time. We also provide daily reminders about each of their tasks and, of course, motivation from the users' wagered money. Plus, we also make a profit from money that users have lost from not completing their tasks. Taking a look at our unit economics, our customer acquisition cost is a mere $3. We calculated this by dividing the labor costs of finding a customer by the number of customers we gained. On the other hand, the lifetime value of our customer is around $50. We found this number by multiplying how much each customer pays by their estimated lifetime of 12 months. We felt that customers would use Earn Earnestly for about a year before gaining control of their procrastination and being a more productive person overall. One of our main methods of marketing Earn Earnestly is through social media. We've created a Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok account. Our primary focus has been Instagram and TikTok, as these are the main hubs for our target market of college students. In the future, we also plan to work with productivity influencers in order to gain a better understanding of the market, gain feedback on our product, and of course, reach more customers. Taking a look at our competitors, Earn Earnestly has two direct competitors, Beeminder and Stick. But unlike Earn Earnestly, neither offers an accountability channel that makes sure users are completing their tasks, or a gift card reward that truly makes our users feel accomplished. Our indirect competitor, Flora, has no financial reinforcement, and so it doesn't motivate users the way Earn Earnestly does.
As our company grows, we hope to branch our services to be more diverse and beneficial to our users. In the future, we are planning to have short-term goals of launching a blog or newsletter in order to reach more customers struggling with the lack of productivity, and adding more reward gift card options to further push users' motivation. For the long term, we are hoping to prioritize growing our rewards program by offering a product rewards option as an alternative to gift cards, as well as incorporating the feature of allowing users to buy coffee from us, where we'll deliver it to them from the convenience of their home, and making an app for Android and iOS users. Additionally, we want to prioritize the connection of trust between our customers for the longevity of our company's mission. Now for customer traction. After launching our website less than 2 weeks ago, we have gained over 200 views, an average visit duration of around 5 minutes, and the interest rate of 65%. Earn Earnestly has truly been helping people out. Here is a testimonial from one of our customers. Earn Earnestly has helped me stay accountable, and I've read a page a day for a week when I haven't read for most of the school year. Aiden Lum. If you had any questions during this pitch, please feel free to address them now. We are always striving for our company's growth and improvement.
Thank you for listening, and now let's all go get our shit done.
Awesome job, guys. I'm going to open it up for the Q&A. Elena, do you want to start us off? That's what we do.
Yeah, so cool. I really love this. I have so many ideas. I think it's so funny, and I could really see like a solid viral marketing thing happen here. I don't know if you guys checked out Joke DAO, but it's worth looking at. Basically, they've created a decentralized autonomous organization that distributes their tokens off of like the best jokes that come on through like Twitter submissions. And I just really love what you guys are doing with like Discord, and think you guys could really come up with something funny where the losses are pooled and then directed by the group of people who are in your community, which would make probably your community feel more engaged and invested in part of what they're doing. So even when you lose, like the money is going towards like a pool. And if you guys decide to buy a private island together with those losses because they get so large, that could be really funny. And then I could just see you guys having some really great like Twitter, Discord stuff of the winners of the NFTs that are connected to your community could be off of the funniest losses, like the biggest fails basically of not hitting the goals, as a way to drive some awareness of what you guys are up to. So in general, I love it. I shared it in the feedback. Joke DAO, maybe something to check out. And my questions for you guys were, and this is maybe one, is what was your Discord traction so far? How many, I see the 200 views on your websites, but how many people are on your Discord?
I believe we have, I think, over 40 users on our Discord. We have been growing it from that just to really populate it and create that sense of community. Recently, we also gained more customers or members on our free trial as well. And so our progress channel is really starting to be more accountable for users because we've seen that users are starting to hold each other accountable rather than us just checking in.
Cool. And then for the business model, like I would really love to see no subscription model and actually just what do you imagine the margins would look like? You're underwriting your people, like to say, here's the money that would come in from losses and here's the money that would go out from gift cards, and then actually just see if you guys could build a solid model off that alone. And then I'm just curious of like, how do you get the dollars into your website or the platform? I'm not sure if high school students are able to get a credit card, for example, for online payments. I'm just curious how you're thinking about that.
So I think, oh, go ahead, Ben. I was about to forward it to you.
Right now we are using PayPal and Venmo. In the future, we hope to possibly use Stripe as well, just to widen out that base of like options consumers have. I feel that in that 16 to 24-year-old range, customers likely have a PayPal or Venmo, and then they either have a debit card or a credit card, and they could create an account if they didn't have one.
Great. And I want to make sure Oliver has some time for questions too.
Thank you so much for that, Elena. Oliver?
Yeah, really exciting. I actually, like a month ago, was advising a company that has, it's not about procrastination, but it's about keeping people honest when meeting up, because I think the founder had so many circumstances where she was meeting up with friends and then she got bailed on. And it was a very similar model. So you guys are definitely on the right track, which is exciting. How do you know that people are honest? So let's take the book example. Like I read 1 page a day. I think that's great. I probably need that. And by that, I definitely need that. However, sometimes I might just open the book and read like line 1, which doesn't really matter if it's just for me, but are there any other enforcing mechanisms there to encourage people to stay honest as you go through?
So for the accountability thing, it's something that we've talked a lot about as a team because we realize it is a more holy situation in our business model. We have not found a perfect solution yet. So any feedback that you guys have, any ideas, we would greatly appreciate them. But as of right now, our main source of accountability is the Discord. As Ashika mentioned, we've been seeing our users really keep each other accountable, and people are more likely to stay on track if you have a partner doing it. Just if you go to the gym with someone, you're more likely to push yourself and do greater things, hit your new PR if you have someone standing beside you, because it's not just you. You can let yourself down, but letting another person down is a worse feeling. It makes you feel guilty. It makes you feel bad. And we don't want to have that feeling with our users, but it does help them keep them accountable. So there we go.
Yeah, it's something I've seen other companies do is for certain, I guess, types of events, they can link it in so there's a public verification. So for like fitness, you link it to Strava account. And then it's really hard to fake Strava data. I guess you could do it, but you'd go through so much effort that you might as well go for the run. At the end of the day, finding ways to have external publicized validation. I think you're like have a friend at the gym is always a great one. Create some form of like summary. I don't know how it worked for reading a book. It's a very difficult question. But if you crack that, you've cracked all the problems. Another thing to consider about the prize money is I think I've seen some organizations give a portion of it to a cause that they care about. And I think that could also be a very positive thing there. So you don't have to give all the money to, but say there's like an animal shelter or something like that. And then it could be used as a forcing function for growing like the market share. Because there's a few companies that, once again, similar spaces, but not exactly, that use it to raise money and donations through this sort of thing. And then they obviously push it to all their users and things like that. So there's another thing to think about as you move forward. How many people have signed up and done this? You might have mentioned it, I missed it.
I think we are Sorry, I think we are at about 8 individuals now. Maybe it's closer to 5 or 6. We are trying to widen that out in the near future.
As of now, we have like, sorry to interrupt. As of now, we have, I believe, I think 5 people on our free trial, if I'm just remembering correctly. And as Ben mentioned, we're just trying to really spread out. So we have some paying customers and some customers on the free trial.
Amazing. And they get to choose how much money they're putting on the table. Is that right?
Yes. Yep.
What's the average amount? Are we talking like $5 or like
I think the
$20?
average amount now, we've had a 20 and a 50 so far. So that'd be 70 divided by 2, 35. So
amazing. The
pretty
person who
high.
went down 50 is either really trying to break something or very confident.
Actually, shout out to someone from Team 2, not going to go into specifics, but we've got some Earn Earnestly users from there.
I love it. Yeah, great job.
Thank you so much. Really means a lot.
Awesome. I just wanted to be cognizant of time. Ore Candles, if you guys don't mind just raising your hand, I'll promote you guys to be panelists. In the meantime, I'm going to change our Earn Earnestly team back into attendees. Good job, guys. You absolutely crushed that pitch. I was supposed to use your service, but I was such a big procrastinator that I couldn't even sign up. So I think maybe we got to consider how we're going to get super procrastinators back into
I'll
your...
go hound you, Salman. Daily reminders to sign up for Earn Earnestly.
So you need that white glove service to charge more, and that's how your business will take off. For the judges, I want to be cognizant of your time. We are 10 minutes behind. I just want to make sure there's no hard cutoffs. Maybe might have to cut into the Q&A, but I would hate for your valuable feedback to not get to this wonderful team here. Okay, perfect. Here we go, Jessica, promote panelist, and Noor. Perfect. Ore, if you guys don't mind turning on your cameras, get ready to present, share your screens, and we can get started. I'll set my timer on right now, and the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I first off wanted to thank you all for being here today. So I'm Noor, and I'm one of the co-founders of Ore Candles. So Ore Candles is an online candle company dedicated to creating personalized custom candles to help with issues you might be dealing with, which can range from anxiety to sleep-related issues. So in a society where mental health issues are more prominent, finding adequate beneficial solutions becomes harder and harder as people stray from the natural path. So issues range across the board, and it's difficult to find a solution specifically for an issue you might be dealing with.
So our solution to this ongoing issue is simple. Aromatherapy is a viable support tool that can help you on your path to self-improvement. Using 100% natural aromatherapy essential oils, we will curate different blends of scents, and each blend will help in relieving a specific issue. We hope that anyone interested in aromatherapy will come to Ore Candles and receive our help and our services.
And there's 2 possible ways that most people like to use aromatherapy. 1, by smelling the essential oil, or 2, by massaging it into the skin with the carrier oil. Experts believe that aromatherapy activates areas in your nose called smell receptors, which send messages through your nervous system to your brain. These oils then activate certain areas of your brain, like the limbic system, which can play a role in your emotions. They also create feel-good brain chemicals like serotonin.
So the production is simple. We create handcrafted candles based out of Florida, and we create our own blends of scents based on naturally proven benefits for specific issues. Customers are able to purchase through our website, which can be reached through our social media platforms. And when they order their candles, we will package them carefully and ship them using USPS, or we'll hand deliver them locally in Orlando. So we found that 84% of people we surveyed buy and use candles regularly, so the market is relatively popular. We also found out that 71% of people have an ideal candle in mind, so this shows that they would enjoy a more personalized candle. And an important thing we found was that 62% of adults use aromatherapy, and there has been a rise in how many people use it over the years. So our candles would introduce even more people to aromatherapy.
So throughout the market analysis process, we find out that the US candle retail market is $3.14 billion. After calculating the amount of young adults in Florida who buy scented candles, our surface-built available market is $31.5 million. The total amount of Floridian young adults who would buy our products ends up making our surface-built obtainable market $113K. We will expand our SOM in the future by targeting young adults in New York, Canada, and California. So let me introduce our MVP. We made our website with a simplistic design with clear instructions. We have several different collections created right now, such as the mini collections, stress relief candles, productivity boosters, and staff picks. As customers step in our sites, the first step they are guided to is our survey. After finishing the survey, the system automatically recommends the best candle that suits them, which they can add them to their carts directly.
So getting the information from our website, we've had a total of 458 total sessions, with 369 of those sessions coming from the US, which means that 80% of our potential customers are from the US, which makes a lot of sense because we do a lot of our marketing there. 78% of our social media referrals come from Instagram, which also makes a lot of sense because our Instagram channel is pretty booming. And then 57% of our customers navigate our webpage via the computer.
So after summarizing our cost on each candle, we figured out that for individual candles, the range of profit is around $3 to $4. We decided to create mini bundles to attract our initial customers and develop them into potential superfans. As following our MVP development so far, we've activated 4 social media accounts in total. The one that got the best traction is Instagram, and we have 114 followers for now. The other 3 promotion platforms we're working on are LinkedIn, Pinterest, and TikTok.
So regarding our sales so far, we have made about $200 in sales, which includes 17 purchases and 7 customers. Most of these sales were done through word of mouth, as well as our super fans who have been supporting and are passionate about our idea as a whole. So seeing a lack of presence on our website has made us realize the importance of branding and marketing, especially on social media networks. So we have noticed that our 2-ounce mini candles tend to sell more, so we created bundles to gain larger sales, producing more profit on our website. So we measured the profit based on individual mini candles with and without flowers compared to mini bundles, which include 4 candles. So although the profit per candle is lower with the mini bundles, the overall profit ends up being higher. So it's more likely that a person would buy a mini candle rather than 4 individual candles on our website. Promoting mini bundles also allows people to see the savings that they would have by purchasing a bundle over individual candles.
So some of the feedback/comments that we've gotten on our MVP were on our product and then also on our Instagram. So on our product, people were suggesting that we should add more variation of the scents to each of our candles. We also got recommended that the survey recommended me too many options. Our previous iteration of the survey recommended people 4 candles, and that was a bit too much. People also suggested that we should give more in-depth descriptions to each candle. And then one of our super fans said, hey, we love your design and you should totally use Instagram ads to gain more followers.
So we have many brands that we're competing with, one being Yankee Candles. However, their prices range from $31 to $35, so they're a bit on the pricier side. Another big company we're competing with is Bath & Body Works, and their price range is very similar to ours. However, their scents are not very personalized, and many of those scents are reused in several candles. Kindred Fires is also a small Etsy business, and they're more unique as they have special labels and blended scents. However, they're also on the pricier side.
So there are a couple of things that set us apart from the bigger businesses like that. One, we decided to add our survey. Our survey makes getting personalized candles much easier to you. We also bring the experience of aromatherapy to our customers. We find that aromatherapy should be the most important part of the candles that we create. And we don't want to put together scents that just smell good together versus scents that are going to actually help you. For the expected future of Ouray candles, for the rest of the summer, we want to relaunch the website with feedback we got from our MVP. We also want to add a customizable quotes option and fix up our survey. The quotes was something that we wanted to do in the beginning, but we couldn't figure it out. So we're working on that now. For fall time, we want to expand into NYC, my hometown, and do some in-person outreach, selling at Whole Foods and selling in our local neighborhoods. We also want to get a total of 200 customers, which we believe is possible. For our future goal, We hope to make a world in which people have easy, accessible access to aromatherapy candles.
So as you can see, each of our team member is assigned to various roles based on our skill sets, and we have a really well-rounded team, which has allowed to get us where we are now. So we have Jessia, Kelly, Jadora, and I, which is a smaller team, but honestly, it ends up being more efficient and we all really work well together. So that's all for today. Thank you all so much for being here today. If you all have any questions, feel free to ask them now, but we just wanted to thank you for taking the time out to listen to us.
Awesome job, Ora Candles. Elena, I'm going to pass it over to you to start us off with some Q&A or feedback. I'll start my timer just right now.
Sure. Thanks, guys. I really loved your statistics. I think you, of all of the presentations so far, had really good data. Like I loved seeing the Shopify backend. That's really awesome for testing, and the Instagram and social stats, because I think that's a really good way to make decisions and do solid testing. So congratulations on just the traction tracking. I think that's really awesome. Wanted to ask if the business model, the profit you guys are hitting, if that includes shipping costs right now.
Do you want me to take it, Kelly, or?
Yeah, you can take it.
Okay, so 200 is our total sales, and then our net sales is 171, and that's from discounts, shipping costs, things like that.
Got it. Okay. Cool. It's great to share those as percentages too, so you can see like comparables to see how you look compared to like competitor shipping costs. You usually want to try to have a 30+% margin on retail, just so you can be in a good position to grow. So that's something to think about. And I'll send some ideas. Like I think some things that come to mind is checking out the company Pros. They do like custom shampoos and conditioners. I could really see what I really liked is your problem statement around aromatherapy. And I could actually see you guys coming up with a person's like unique scent. So that not just being a candle, but like a roll-on perfume and a spray, because the aromatherapy can transcend multiple different products. And then I would just check out like Sage and Pros. Le Labo has done a really amazing job growing in the US. And then I actually just saw this article yesterday, which is crazy timing, which was this story of this woman who started these candles that were looking like the female body, kind of like butt candles, which is funny, but they sell all over Nordstrom now and they've made $500,000. So their whole growth plan, I just shared in the chat, but I would love to see more like your influencer strategy or your distribution strategy, or from your testing, what you're seeing in terms of messaging or like unique point of value is, or unique selling proposition, what's actually converting people, because then you guys can then really double down on that. But yeah, really great presentation. And I could definitely see this going in a lot of different directions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just have to second that all the data you guys presented was really amazing. And it's also really important, especially in a market that I think it's potentially pretty competitive, is to figure out what your niche is. And it's something that even huge corporations do. Aldi famously successful purely because of limiting choice and all this sort of thing. So the fact that you come to the same conclusions yourselves is fantastic. And if you do start having conversations with the Whole Foods or other channel distributors, ensuring that you get that profit margin that was already mentioned is really important, because they're going to take 30+%. There's a company called Tushy, and they're working in Walmart. I think Walmart's taking 40% of everything they're doing. And they have 100 million in historical sales, and yet they're still losing out. So there's that aspect to it. As you are looking to distribute more, do you think that there's certain communities where an online presence, say selling through Etsy yourselves, would make sense as a channel? Or is it all going to be more locally based sales? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so the promotions, I guess it's about the promotions. We're mainly doing it on Instagram and then the other 3 social media platforms. And then because that we can actually ship within the whole US, so that wasn't a really big problem. And then if they can get enough, then we can do something like we'll give you a discount so we don't need you to pay for the shipping. And for the local ones, it's more targeting in the New York City as our next target, because as we go into the fall, there's more people and more attractions in New York City, that especially one of our members are in New York City. So that will be our next local point. But we want it to develop more on online based. And because if we film those videos on TikTok about making the process of making candles, that will get more attractions as a whole.
Yeah. Given that the brands that you mentioned are priced higher and you have a potential competitive advantage there, have you tried or considered putting up your prices just to see where the upper limit is of customer interest? Like I used to.
Yeah.
So,
Like
yes.
putting the prices on Instagram like that?
No, like I think it's like maybe add $10 to your price to see what happens. I used to do this sometimes with services, is I would jack up the price for certain clients and see if they'd still buy. If they still bought, I'd be like, oh, I was underselling myself. All this time I've been too cheap. Let's raise the prices. Have you done this exercise yet, or do you have a plan to do this exercise?
We haven't really done that. We've been more focused on just selling them at like the price they're at right now and just actually getting them out there. So having $200 in sales made us a little confident. So I think raising prices would be a good idea at next time.
Yeah, you should be very confident given how early you are. How did you arrive at that price point? How did you come up with where you are now?
So from my opinion, we definitely have more room for raise the price on the mini candles because it was a MVP and then we made it 2 ounces. So compared to the other mini candles on the market, it's mostly 3 ounces. And then if we can get more materials to make that 3 ounces candles, then we can raise up our price as a more reasonable action. So that was one thing we were considering.
Also, we have, Jesse, do you mind sharing the appendix slide really quick? Because that's a little bit on our cost breakdown if we have time.
Yeah. Potentially, you don't need to make 3 ounce candles. You could just keep it with the 2 ounce candles if they're selling really well.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I see that. But that's like how we got our pricing. It was $2.68 to make a mini candle for the original batch, and we were just like $6 seems to be pretty good for the one without flowers, of course.
Yeah, it was mainly after looking at like our competitors and seeing what prices they had out there. We wanted to make sure Ori Candles is a competitive business and has lower prices than other businesses, because coming into the market and not knowing that much about candles and like the whole business as a whole, because it's a huge market, just having a low price, we just wanted to get a little bit of profit so we could build it up, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely. I think you guys have done a great job. Really excited.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome job, Ori Candles. And as I start demoting you back to attendees, I wanted to ask the judges one thing. One, I want to thank you guys for sharing your time with us, but more importantly, sharing your wisdom. These are young entrepreneurs who obviously look up to you and like the wonderful careers you've had. And I mentioned this in the last session. Sometimes you can learn by testing, failing, putting your hand on the stove and realizing maybe you shouldn't do that. But having like such wonderful guests providing years of experience and advice and wisdom into the advice you're sharing with these students, it's almost like they can be proactive on how they're allocating their time, energy, efforts, capital. So my question and my final departing question for you guys is, if you were back in the shoes of these wonderful young entrepreneurs, is there a piece of advice that you wish you had known as you were starting your careers or your entrepreneurial journeys? Something tangible, perhaps? And honestly, I won't put parameters on the question itself. I'll let you guys take it in any direction.
Yeah, thank you for asking this question, because I wanted to even just share this with everyone who's shared today. It's been really amazing to see the ideas that you all put together, and it looks like in a very short period of time. My piece of advice always to young people, things I wish I'd done, is just think bigger, dream really big. You're at such an early part of your career and life and journey that you literally can do anything. And the world needs you right now to think bigger. We need people focusing on robotics and AI and blockchain, and these may sound like scary technologies, or climate or solar. Get a Arduino kit and start like making mechanical stuff and just learn how to play with a kit that's $100 kit instead of getting a toy or like buying something else. Or think about even learning. There's so many free apps, like full like free games online that will teach you Solidity. And there's so few Solidity engineers in the world that like you have the chance now. Like I wish I could go back and just go learn that stuff and have free time and play around. And so I just really want to like hopefully inspire you to just think really big. And if it feels too big for you as an individual, don't worry, because it feels like that for everyone, and don't do it alone. I actually really recommend you just DM someone on LinkedIn or Twitter that inspires you, that seems totally out of reach, and become an apprentice. It's the best way, and it's actually the only way to learn, is to be an apprentice. I have had a number of high school students like DM me directly with an idea in the blockchain space, and I'm all for helping and guiding them and unleashing my own contacts and connections to help them succeed. So really think big, find a few people who inspire you in the space, DM them, try to apprentice with them, and try to learn some of the big technologies that are coming on stage, and don't be intimidated because they're literally being invented right now. So few people actually know what to do themselves, even with 30 years of experience. So I'm so excited for the next pitches, and I hope there's some big, crazy ideas. Who's going to Mars or competing with Elon?
That's such amazing advice. And it's funny that you're saying dream big, because at the start of Beta Camp, I was like the dream crusher. I'm like, we need to build a revenue generating business. We only have 6 weeks, guys.
No,
You gotta
don't
be
build any
real.
revenue. Disagree.
Guys, don't listen to me.
No. Yeah,
Right.
talk to investors and get them to invest behind you. Revenue should not even, you shouldn't even be thinking about revenue until Series A. So in a seed pitch, if an investor is asking you about revenue, then you're talking to the wrong investor. They're investing in the team and the idea. And you want to show some traction and maybe growth, but yeah, no, I don't, I want to be like, don't worry about the revenue.
And be careful what you wish for, Elena, because these are some of the keenest students you'll ever meet. So you said, don't be
Yeah,
afraid
I
to reach
know.
out. You might get 111 LinkedIn requests like right now. Hey, you wish for it. No takesy backsies. Beta Camp is not liable for all those LinkedIn messages you're about to receive.
It's all
Now,
good.
and Oliver, I'll just pass over the mic or the floor to you.
Yeah, I think that was fantastic advice. So today I've struggled by following great advice and trying to come up with this good stuff myself. I'll say two things. In my lackluster introduction to myself, I didn't say this, but I spend every week, I probably meet a minimum of 20 new startups consistently. And I would say the pitches that I heard today would outperform some of those founders that have pitched me this week. Even before this call, I was on a pitch and they didn't do nearly as well as the students here did. So my advice is, we often hear about this idea of how do you break into a new thing? Do you need certain qualifications? Imposter syndrome. I have suffered, I guess, from time to time with imposter syndrome. I have a degree in politics, of all things. Don't ask me why. I thought it was a good idea at the time. I still sometimes think it's a good idea. But if you're really passionate about something, you can go out and learn it and be involved in it and immerse yourself. Because what matters more than anything else is not an external validation or somebody else telling you can do something, but it's your actual ability to do it and your ability to handle that knowledge. I spend most of my time in deep tech at the moment. I make investments in alternative proteins, make investments in space companies. I'm an advisor and a board member to a deep tech accelerator. And people are often surprised when I say my background was politics, because they don't expect someone to go out there do this. My background, there's no external validation. However, if you're passionate about something, don't let that stop you, because no one really needs to tell you you are qualified or you are not qualified. Your work and your passion and your knowledge should come through. That it doesn't really matter. And nowadays, maybe it's because I'm old, people never really ask me what I did at university or any of those sort of things. All they know is what I've been doing now. So even if you feel like you're an imposter, one, I still feel like I'm an imposter. But two, it doesn't matter, because we're all imposters in everything we're doing. And it's just about being really passionate about what you do moving forward. Keep that in mind as you tackle and change the world.
Thank you both for that amazing set of advices. Super excited that you guys were able to come in, watch our teams present, give that feedback in the Q&A. One final thing I'll just ask from the two of you is, if the students want to just follow along on some of the cool things you guys are getting up to, do you guys have like a newsletter, socials? How can we plug you guys in so that we can keep up with all the cool things you guys are up to?
Yeah, you can find me as Alana Podricks on LinkedIn and Twitter. And for the Twitter analytics crew, totally up for your suggestions. I'll be waiting. And yeah, happy to stay in touch on those platforms.
All right, Pivot Analytics, you heard her. You guys have free range to DM her.
For me, it's LinkedIn, but I live most of my life in stealth, so I don't really update it that much. I keep telling myself I'm going to. I need the procrastination app to help me out with that, to make sure I publicize myself more. But LinkedIn is is the best place to find me.
Awesome. Thank you guys once again. For the beta camp students that are still here, we have our closing ceremony in 36 minutes. So take this time to rest, bio break, go for a walk, run, touch grass. I don't know what it is, but be back for 5:30. I'll send the Zoom link into our Discord channel. But thank you guys so much for all the hard work you guys have put in. I'm super impressed by how far we've come along from like day one to where we are now at demo day. And this really wouldn't have happened with your dedication. This has nothing to do with our team or our staff. This is literally you guys putting in all the work. So I'm super proud of you guys. The judges were super impressed. I think this has been a very successful demo day. So give yourselves a pat on the back. I know I've been roasting you guys super hard for the past 6 weeks, but I feel like it all came together and worked out perfectly. So let's take a quick break and then reconvene at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. And you guys don't want to miss closing ceremonies. I know it's getting a little late depending where you are, but some of the staff have dropped a diss track. There's a fun social in there. There's valedictorian speeches. So don't miss out on our closing ceremonies. Thanks, Oliver. Thanks, Elena. I'm going to be ending the Zoom room now.